that. But all great songwriting is great writing. And, listening to the great sort of singer-songwriters of this generation, I'm a huge, you guys probably know, Jason Isbell fan.
Right. Because of the lyrics.
What they do is so much harder what I do. Like, I can use 800, 1,500 words to write a story. They have to be extremely economical and still tell a story within a song, which is infinitely harder to do.
Well, I can't remember who said it, but they said the easiest song to write is a depressing song, a sad song, because it's, the mood, you know exactly what to say. I'm hurt, you broke up with me, there's a death or something like that. And but the hardest song to write is a happy song and not be cheesy about it. So think about like REM when they did Shiny Happy People. It was a joke because you never write happy songs.
Or Third Eye Blind.
Yeah, so you never write happy songs. So if I sit down and go, I'm going to write something that's so uplifting about sunshine and rainbows and not coming off, that's the hardest song to write because you can't describe happiness in a song without seeming
imagery's not as easy,
cheesy. Or love and depressing are the hardest ones, are the easiest ones to do. Happy's not too easy.
Yeah, but you guys brought up the Killers, who I love.
Love the Killers.
And some of their lyrics, some of their songs can be a little redundant, but some of their lyrics, their writing is just unbelievable.
Their latest album blew me away.
And you compared it to Springsteen, Nebraska?
It was very Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska-esque. And I didn't learn this till last summer. You know Mr. Brightside is like one of the most popular songs of all time in Europe?
Yeah.
Like it stayed on the charts over there for years.
Yeah, that's where I first saw them, was on, what's the channel I always ask you where I see live concerts and festivals?
It was MTV Live, and it was Palladia for a while.
So that's where I saw them first time. They were doing one of those European concerts, to 100,000 people. Yeah, exactly.
They love that song.
Everybody was bouncing around. All right, fun show today. Thanks to all of our friends, including this guy, Aaron Suttles, who's a friend helping us with writing, but also with Bama and Bourbon. And anytime he needs to hop on here with us, he's been a friend of ours for a long time and will be forever.
Oh, I got a text from Kelly saying, Aaron, she's an athletic subscriber. And
yes.
Yeah, Kelly,
thank you.
Kelly was here with us. Kelly Hunter from ABC 3340 back in the day. And Tony Curry, Tone the Bones, stopped by today as well. You can see all that, hear it on the replay, or watch it on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. We'll see you Monday.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're all back together again. We're live now on a Monday, coming off a Talladega weekend, a USFL weekend, people to the beach or are out and about and around golf and college tours and everything, all back together, and a ton of stuff going on here locally. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Forrester, and Lunsford behind the glass. And the biggest thing that's happening right now is we're all staying updated with our man Rocky. It's all happening right now. We're in the labor process. Let's go live right now.
I was about to say, does Forrester have a camera? Can we go to that?
Oh, but hopefully, we're all praying that we get some good news maybe before we're done here at 1 o'clock today.
Do you guys have any idea when you were born? I think I've got an idea.
March 28th.
Well,
like time of day?
No, that I'm talking about time of day.
I don't, but I do remember when both my kids were born. That's what, I guess that's natural, right? I was there for both of those. Clearly, I was there for mine, too. I just don't remember it. I'm going to say Lance, and my mom was probably watching. She'll text and correct me. I'm going to say 7:58 at night.
Okay.
If I had to guess, I'm going to say mine was definitely dark outside.
Because you're a night owl?
Well, it makes the story better if you say it's overnight, but Harper legitimately was like 3:18, 3:20 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
We were going to be induced on a Monday, and my birthday was Sunday, and Sunday night, Maggie, of course, I was not helping at all. She was wrapping presents because the holidays were coming. She was sitting on the floor 9 months pregnant, going into induce the next day, and was wanting to get it all done, all the Christmas done, because we'd be coming out of the hospital and be right up against it, and went into labor while wrapping presents, sitting in the middle of the floor.
Have you ever noticed, like,
crisscross applesauce
in movies that are like old westerns or like period timepieces, it is common that when a woman is giving birth, there's a huge storm outside.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of lightning and rain.
I don't get towels and hot water, too.
Yeah, I don't know why they choose to do that. But
or
it's always,
snowstorms.
Yeah, it's always like awful weather. Nobody just has a baby in the Wild West of great days,
Yeah. I will tell you, I would not be great at helping deliver a baby. I don't know.
You don't think you'd be good at that?
No,
yeah.
I don't.
Well, we're getting to a good point right here where, Rocky's baby may be done, maybe born by noon.
Yeah, it could be.
Lunchtime.
I will say, you know what? We could do a pool. We gamble on everything else here.
Why not? Spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Let's go official time. You and Forrester work on it, Lunsford, behind the glass. You got a time you want to throw out right off the bat?
I've got a time, yeah.
So what are we going to do? Closest
to that time.
Everybody's got to write it down.
Okay. I'll go whiteboard.
No, I'm just going to write it on the back of a sheet of paper here. Everybody write their time down.
Now, I've not communicated at all with Rockstar. Apparently, Dunaway has.
I have a little bit.
Yeah. So I am completely flying blind.
Yeah, but we
here.
gave you exactly what he told us.
I wasn't paying attention. Okay. I was literally just asking had the baby been born or not. Jim read the Nancy's chart to me.
Okay. You want to go?
I'll go.
Everybody locked in? All right.
I am locked in. I'm going 11:21, a perfect time for trash.
11:21.
The trash
time. Rockstar hit the big button. Literally. Brown, what do you have?
I went 12:04.
12:04.
12:04 for me.
Lunsford?
I went 112.
112. Oh, a little post-show meeting. Are we still going to have the meeting if Rockstar has a baby?
You're going to be mad at me. What's Forrester?
11:35.
11:35. 1:14 p.m. So
wow, look.
Closest without going over.
Me and Forrester we've fenced Lance in.
Yeah.
Me and Forrester have. You and Lunsford are going to do battle.
I think I would rather
you just
have.
landmine the hell out of my time, by the way.
Wait, what did Forrester have again?
11:35.
11:35.
Well, here's the good news. Anything
12:04.
from now until 11:21, I win.
That's
well,
right.
it's without going over.
No.
Okay.
We'll
So it's
figure it out.
closest time.
Okay, closest time. Yeah. So you got anything
But
that's
I
happening
like
right
yours
now.
where you sit because anything after that, you got it.
You're the closest time. You went one. You were the opposite of the $1 on prices, right?
That's why he's not dead. Thanks a lot.
And here's the bad part of the fact that I'm sitting in a really good spot right now. What are we going to win? What are we going to win?
Well, nothing now.
Nothing now.
If I had your time, I'd be pushing for a prize.
We'd be going for a steak or something. Now it's
we
nothing.
got to do at least like a 5 spot each. Right?
All right, everybody throw in $5. I mean, my gosh, we'll spin that wheel in there for $1.
Yeah, winner takes home $20.
All right. Hey, Forster didn't have anything to do with that at all, and he's going to lose $5.
Ooh.
Right there. All right, let's
Jimmy Big Talker.
Let's get to our headlines. We had some more spring games, 31 of them actually over the weekend. But the biggest story that is happening is that the portal deadline, which I guess I forgot there was a deadline, but you have to be in the portal and by May 1st. Coming up here.
I honestly didn't know that. I really thought that the portal was just 365.
Yeah, so coaches Dennis Dodd writes today, it's one of our top reads at the morning rounds, that coaches at places like Missouri, Eli Drinkwitz and others are counting down the hours so they don't lose any more talent to, quote unquote, more Power 5 schools. We saw during the show Friday, Alabama getting a burner of a receiver and Tyler Harrell from Louisville, who just takes the top off. And there's been buzz of maybe a tight end or more offensive linemen or other people coming in to help out Alabama. Big story at ESPN.com today, how the top 25 teams are filling the holes of players they lost to the draft, which is coming up Thursday night. Jimbo Fisher, imagine this. Here's Jimbo talking. He's had an off season, hadn't he?
Right.
He's on the Rich Eisen show on NBC Sports Network and right there on Sirius XM.
Rich always wears a sweater, by the way.
He really does. That is his look. Sweater with a shirt under it. What a hot look.
Sweater vest, even in the spring and summer. Out in Los Angeles, I believe.
Yeah, it could be a cool studio.
It keeps it cool, I imagine, like we do. Rich Eisen talking to Jimbo Fisher, away from Rich's wardrobe to Jimbo's perception of how the dressed-up offseason looks for the portal, and he says maybe some teams are tampering with people in the portal. Here's Jimbo.
What is your school's approach to NIL, Coach Jimbo Fisher?
There are NILs here, but it's probably less than most schools across the board. Where there is not. The reason I was saying, they were saying it's the only reason they came, which is not true. And you can look. We have state laws. We're not allowed to do that. And plus, the results of who has them are out there. So we're way below everybody else and where they're at. And people just couldn't, in my opinion, just don't understand and appreciate how good Texas A&M is and what we're building, and that it was a shock to them that we have a number one class. But we've never, since we've been here, been less than 6 in the country. We've always been in the top 6 classes in the country since we've been here. When I was at Florida State, we had multiple number one classes, and we've always been able to recruit well. And I think, is NIL a part of our world? Is it a problem in recruiting? It can be. The portal, all that's going to be a problem. But people were insinuating that's the only reason we got ours. That's what I said. That was the only issue I had with that whole thing, is that is not it. And those are facts that are on the record that you can look up.
So when you say problems, what are the problems that you can identify?
I think if people do get into trying to buy players, if trying to people that are messing with other guys' players in the portal, that it's amazing how some of these guys in the portal, the day they get out, which are not, they can't have contact with an outside school, but the day they get out of the portal, they've already signed with another school. How does that happen? So, I think there's tampering with players. I think all those things that go on, and I think people entice with NILs and the transfer, and just like, and that's the problem in college sports, is you don't want to happen. You do not want that to happen. I'm a big part. I'm a true advocate of that, 1,000%.
So he's saying that if you watch people that hit the portal, name and portal, very quickly, they've got their next destination laid out for them there.
It's so weird you brought this up. I had a phone conversation with a good friend of mine whose son is a college football player and is in the spring version of the transfer portal, is going to leave his school or has already left it. And he and I were catching up over the weekend, and he was just updating me on his son, like, hey, you may not have seen it, but, this happened. And I said, I'm fascinated by this because, as you know, we talk a lot about it on the show. He listens and watches daily. And I said, when he officially put his name in the portal, when the paperwork became official and it showed up in that computer database, I said, how many days did it take before he started getting contacted? He goes, days. He said the first school contacted him within 30 minutes.
Yeah. There's alert. People are watching those.
He said, yeah, but, you would assume they're watching it, but, I got to play this, so I got to see if this guy fits. He said, now, primarily, that was schools that we had played on our schedule, coaches that had already seen him play, and they were aware of what he could do. And he said, but the thing that blows me away, he goes, here's the number you can share on the show that'll blow people away. He said, within 48 hours, his son, he called his name, had an offer from 42 schools. In 48 hours, within 48 hours of entering the portal, he had offers, not contact, but offers from 42 different schools.
Wow. I had a couple
blows
of
me
other
away.
points on Jimbo's comments, which I'll circle back around to. But is there can we go to an official portal site and see every player?
There is a portal site. I don't know if we can. Apparently, Matt Zenitz can.
Well, that's part of the problem. That's one thing they're trying to crack down on is actually media having access to it. They don't want that to happen, but somehow some media members have gotten access to it.
But yeah, there is a actual database portal, the official portal that college coaches. I think Alabama's Sal Sinceri now is in charge of it.
It is.
Florida created a position that is titled, the guy that's in charge of the portal. And that's all you do is you scout players and watch the free agent wire, basically, for college athletics.
Well, we said last week there was 3,600 guys, Division I players in the portal. That seems like an extremely large number again. But back to Jimbo talking about they've never had less than a 6th-ranked recruiting class. Rich's follow-up question should have been, how have you never been in a college football playoff? That is pretty amazing. And
why are you not in what we like to call a New Year's Six bowl game?
If Lance was doing the interview, that would have been the next question.
What are state regulations for the state of Texas, though? Because he brought that up.
Some of them is, and they are changing. Like we have changed the rule here in Alabama.
That happened almost immediately.
Yeah, because other schools, they basically loosened up. So Alabama and Auburn could compete with what other schools are doing when it comes to NIL, starting a collective and all of that. Alabama and Auburn have collectives now. I tweeted this morning, Oklahoma has a collective that Barry Switzer is in charge of. And he's the face of it. They announced it over the weekend, and he said...
He's a legend.
Barry's probably throwing around less money now than he used to. Yeah,
that was my tweet this morning. Barry says we're going to make it to where every Oklahoma football player is able to get $40,000 to $50,000. And I tweeted this morning, I said, I just read where Barry Switzer is guaranteeing $40,000 to $50,000 for every Oklahoma football player, and I'm not reading a 1975 Sports Illustrated article.
Yeah,
I mean it's legal now, but basically this is where we are. Everybody's got their collective.
But I thought Texas already had a collective. Remember the Longhorn
They did,
Foundation?
but you couldn't. Just like the Alabama rule, it said a bunch of stuff like you couldn't tie it to playing time, this or that performance. There have been restrictions at a lot of places, the early NIL laws that basically made it to where you couldn't use it to entice people to come to school there. You couldn't use it to pay high school players to come. You had to wait until they were enrolled at your school before you could set up NIL with them. And that is being loosened up all over the country. Like California didn't have those state laws, which is why Nico Amalieva was able to go ahead and sign a deal with Tennessee to where he can make money as a high school player in Tennessee. Like I don't know where we are, honestly, in Alabama right now. I don't know if the kid at Briarwood who is committed to Clemson, I don't know if he could sign a deal with, knee-high orange cola.
I don't think so. I don't think we're
make money this year.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It's coming, I'm sure.
No, it's 100% coming. All 50 states will do it because that's the way we do things. And it's only right. I don't see a problem with it personally. I know a lot of people will. Because it's not the way their dad played high school football or the way I played high school football, or the way my boy's going to play high school football. So there are going to be a lot of people that are going to have a problem with it. But I don't see, if you just look at it, step back and look at it legally, how can you deny it? Again, I always use this point. Same high school, same age kid, he's a computer whiz, and somebody wants to pay him $1 million to program computers. We celebrate that.
Yeah.
We celebrate that.
Or if she's a 14-year-old tennis player at Briarwood, she can go and play at Wimbledon if she wants to.
And we celebrate that, right?
Yeah.
We'll throw a parade for her.
But with that said, we're going to have a cap. And like yesterday watching...
Who's going to set it?
I don't know.
Why are we going to have a cap? The market will set the cap.
The market's the one that's going to set it. I don't think the NCAA can, because how are you going to enforce it?
I don't know. But
as soon as you try to enforce it, I'm going to sue you.
That's right.
How can you enforce it when Nico Amalieva can make $8 million? How are you going to cap me?
Well, it's amazing and I don't know what Caleb Williams is making, transfer quarterback now at USC, but watching the USC spring game last night, he gave every one of his teammates a pair of headphones and earbuds. I don't know what is that, a couple $100?
What kind of earbuds?
I don't know. But I'm sure they were nice. They were all excited about it. They were going nuts. He did it after practice.
Did you say every teammate?
What's that?
Every teammate?
Every teammate.
Yeah. That's probably a sponsorship deal that he's got to deal with. We'll use Bose as an example.
Like Rob Manfred did, yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw this, though, a photo. I mean, it's. I understand where we are in this.
Right.
But there was a photo outside that game by your Caleb Williams merchandise here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Well, Montana Fouts, who will be with us tomorrow on the show. She makes an appearance each week, which is name, image, and likeness with us that we pay Montana and our friends at Summit Tree Stand to be with us. But she's got at a store over in Tuscaloosa her own Montana Fouts gear, and it's a big display over in Tuscaloosa where you can get Montana Fouts T-shirts and everything. Our friend Peter Burns, who was in town, tweeted that out. We retweeted it this morning. So, I mean, that's not just Caleb Williams. It's even Montana Fouts. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Who can get you that barefoot good summer lawn, and you need to be on it right now as the grass is popping. These warm nights going to bring out that Bermuda. You can get it with Wayne's. They are the exclusive provider of lawn treatment, termite control, pest control for the Double Down Media family and the Next Round. You can get on board with the same exact plan we use. It's the 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Our offer to you is that you're going to get the first month free when you use the code TNR for the Next Round. It helps us and it helps you save. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1. That is 866-WAYNES1, and use the offer code TNR for 1 month free.
As often the case, we said a lot of words there, and I wanted to get to one point, which was, do you think there is tampering that goes on when it comes to the transfer portal, which was the whole setup of everything we were doing?
I mean, all it takes is, you got 100 guys. One guy is disgruntled. His friend knows somebody that plays at a different school. They reach out. It's easy for them to tell an assistant coach, hey, player X at, we'll say Alabama is not happy right now.
Yep.
This is a guy that, I know him a little bit. I can make a call.
Or if you're a friend with a guy who's a receiver somewhere and you're like, hey, coach, my buddy at X school is, he's pretty darn good and he's not happy where he's at. And we need a receiver here. You want me to call him?
Tamper's going on at every level. I mean, back to USC and Lincoln Riley. When Lincoln Riley took the USC job, how much tampering was going on with all those guys, Mario Williams and Caleb Williams?
Yeah, that's the way tampering used to work when it was illegal. Well, not illegal, but it was far more difficult to transfer. Is hey, you went to high school with Jaleel Billingsley, right? Yeah, I did. Just check on him, man. See how he's doing. Let him know there's always a spot for him here if he's not happy, because the players can do whatever they want. A player can call up tomorrow and recruit any player off Alabama or Georgia they want. There's no rule against that because he's a player.
But if I'm a dad, all right, I am a dad, but if I was a dad of a college football player and my son has a scholarship and he's playing football at an ACC or a Big 12 school, but I can play at a high-profile SEC school, and I can play possibly in the college football playoffs.
The kid that just transferred from Louisville. Use him as an example. Yeah.
And if I'm, his name is Terrell Harrell. If I'm Mr. Harrell, well, my guy's got a place. He's got a scholarship. He's the number one receiver on the team. We're going to be okay coming back, but we're not going to contend for the college football playoffs. But if I go into the portal, I mean, I'm not doing my job as a dad if I wasn't out there not shopping them around, but if I'm like, there's an opportunity he can play at Alabama with Bryce Young? Is that going to help him make maybe a first round? I mean, look what happened to Jamison Williams. I'm going to blame Mr. Harrell if he's shopping. If I'm out looking for a new place for my son to land.
I think people are being disingenuous if they do.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would do that 100%.
Anybody would want their child to make a decision like that, right? He's gone. He's given 3 years to Louisville. They have developed him. There's no doubt they've developed him. But can you guarantee Louisville? Can you guarantee? All right. Do you feel strongly now that Louisville will be any better than 6 or 7 wins this year?
Yeah. But
now they may be.
No,
but do you feel strongly they will be?
But even that aside, who's throwing him the football? If I've got a chance for him to go to catch with Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud,
there's no doubt. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
but do you feel strongly Alabama will be in the college football playoffs?
Yeah.
I feel strongly they will. So why would I not make that decision?
But here's the frustrating thing: if you are a fan of Louisville, let's go back last year to Wake Forest.
Yeah.
How long is it going to take for Wake Forest to be completely depleted to really good players? Because I get your argument, and if I was one of those kids, I'd rather go play for somebody that's going to play for a championship.
It's tough, and that's why it's going to be increasingly more difficult to take a job like Louisville or Wake and win there.
That's the point of Dennis Dodd's story today. There are a certain level of coaches, and I haven't read the whole story yet, but the first part of it, Eli Drinkwitz of Missouri, is like, can't wait till May 1st because then my guys can't leave to go to another school. And as some of you have pointed out on Twitter, SEC to SEC transfer, that window's already closed, but doesn't mean Missouri couldn't be leaving to go to Texas or Missouri leaving to go to Oklahoma or to Ohio State or somewhere else. So if you're a coach at a certain level, whatever level you want to put your program at, there are some big boys who, if they got to fill their hole after spring day, you're sitting on pins and needles. You're not going to lose your best player before May 1st.
Well, and just, a couple of examples, and I'll use quarterbacks because we know most important position, but 2 maybe preseason top 10 teams people are calling dark horses, Utah out of the Pac-12. If Cameron Rising got a call to any of these major schools that needed quarterbacks, or Devin Leary out of NC State, those programs go from possibly being able to win the ACC and the Pac-12 and getting to a college football playoff to having no shot.
That's right.
Just one player.
Nope, you're absolutely right. But, I mean, we can't even get through this segment. Matt Zenitz just tweeted that Ohio State defensive back Andre Turrentine, who's a 4-star recruit in the portal. We can't even get through this segment without guys jumping in.
So is he the only guy that's got access to the portal?
I don't know if that was the point you were making earlier, though, is Matt reads it for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's got his alert set up exactly right as soon as somebody goes in. But Brandon Marcello, our buddy out in Arkansas, who writes nationally for 24/7, made this point on Friday. He goes, this is the week that we had 31 more spring games this week. For most major programs in college football, spring is over with, and there's 1 week to the deadline. This will be the craziest week of the year when it comes to the transfer portal. Starting today until we get to the end of the week and the end of the month here, we will have portal chaos over the next few days. And maybe some SEC contenders gets a player or 2 before it's all said and done. If you're an Auburn fan, you're sitting there going, man, Brian Harsin needs a couple of players. They got a couple of holes. If you're Ole Miss, maybe you need somebody. If you're Tennessee, maybe you're a piece away from contending. If you're South Carolina, you've already done a great job in the portal. Is there one more? Maybe a defensive guy you can get. If you're Florida, you're rebuilding. Is there guys to get? I think Billy Napier has been very open. We're going to fill some holes with the portal here. LSU just finished their spring game. A lot of holes to fill down in Baton Rouge. And by the way, he's got 4 quarterbacks. One of those or 2 of those could be going to the portal. So a ton of craziness happening in college football this week. And we'll keep you updated. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. I'll tell you what's coming up in just a second, but what's coming up at Montevallo for your son or daughter, a great opportunity for them to get a college education at a fabulous university right here, Liberal Arts University, right there in Montevallo, heart of Alabama. Tuition, no increases in 5 years now. It's a great price point. In fact, U.S. News and World Report raves about just how awesome the tuition price and what you get for that price when it comes to a great education at the University of Montevallo. You can see details about that. Also housing, the beautiful campus, 75 majors and growing, 21 NCAA Division II sports, fully funded scholarship sports right there. Great campus life. It's all at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, we'll do our best and worst of the weekend. Connor O'Gara joins us at 10:25. Bruce Feldman, who is at the USC spring game, he'll join us at 12 noon today. That's all Central Time. That starts our final hour. That and you guys can join us on the phones, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That gets you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
In NASCAR, Ross Chastain wins at Talladega. The Stallions win again. They're 2-0. Such a fun, quality style of football. So just good entertainment when there are fans there. It's been hard to watch the other games without the crowd. But with the crowd, the two Birmingham games on television they've been a good product on TV. They've been a good product when you're there in the stands. I tweeted this on Saturday. I just wish we were already playing in the other 7 cities.
I agree.
To where I think you'd get a good feel for what this is. The football has been surprisingly good. Both Birmingham games have been just thoroughly entertaining.
Yeah, Birmingham 2-0 now. Your Tampa Bay Bandits went down bad yesterday.
Yeah.
They got the Breakers, according to all the analysts and watching a little bit of that game yesterday, that's through 2 games probably the team to beat.
Oh, really? You think Birmingham might be second best?
Yeah, maybe.
Those two play each other this week. A little New Orleans-Birmingham showdown. Defense of New Orleans. The offense has been pretty good for for the Stallions. Just a fun back-and-forth game with the win over the Gamblers this past week. Let's do our best and worst of the weekend. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemp Hill put in the phone. Call 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
I'm going to go bad first, okay? My worst of the weekend. I don't think I ever want a statue done of me.
You don't?
I don't, because apparently we suck at making statues look like real people.
You've never seen the Andy Griffith statue outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium?
I mean, those statues are horrible. The Baker Mayfield statue they unveiled at Oklahoma. Look at this thing. Are you kidding me?
That's supposed to be Baker Mayfield?
Are you kidding me?
It looks more like Matt Leinart or Steve Young.
I don't know who it looks like, but it does not look like Baker Mayfield.
I mean, that statue could be at 16 different campuses across the country as a quarterback.
So why do we have him running without a helmet on? That would have been the way around it, is just put the helmet on him, and then you don't have to make it look like him.
That's the worst statue I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's almost keep his helmet on and have him like flag planting the OU flag in Ohio State. Remember?
Have you now? Lunsford may be able to get this one pretty quick. Have you?
Is that it out in the wild now?
Yeah, that's where they've got it stationed, I believe. The Ronaldo bust is the worst of all time. Have you guys seen the Ronaldo bust? I don't even know what Hall of Fame it is in.
Is that a humble brag that we have a Heisman Park at OU?
Yeah. I mean, I would start by, if I was Baker, I'm like, my hairline is not receding like that.
Lunsford has got the Ronaldo bust pulled down.
That looks like we did a Michael Keaton duplicity movie, and that's like the 18th version of Ronaldo.
It's by far and away the absolute worst one ever created.
There's no doubt that's the worst one. I mean, like the Nick Saban and Andy Griffith statue was pretty bad, but I can at least tell that's Nick Saban. If you said, "Who's that a statue of?" I'm like, I got no clue. And Ronaldo's pretty recognizable.
I think the Baseball Hall of Fame does the best job.
Probably so.
I mean, look, he's mad. Ronaldo's mad about it.
He is. God, that is a big statue of him, by the way. But that bust is incredible. So bad.
I mean, did they put Ronaldo's statue up on the mountain with that Praying Jesus one is up over Rio?
Praying Jesus.
Yeah, what is the one up in Rio?
I don't think they call it the Praying Jesus.
Is that famous one in Rio?
You just take a touchdown Jesus and
I'm going to try to get the exact. It's called the Christ the Redeemer statue.
Yeah,
but I don't
Christ
know
the Redeemer statue.
I was going to try to get the exact Spanish pronunciation for you.
But it's up on top of overlooking Rio. That's what it looked like where
correct.
they have. I was going to ask which was bigger, Ronaldo's or the Redeemer. That's a big statue. That's my worst of the weekend. Brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Is the statue world. I mean, we need to up our game a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's amazing with today's technology and how specific everything is, but you can't get a statue right. But again, I think if you went through Cooperstown, they probably do the best replication.
Is it because they're just doing the faces? And they have a hat on too, don't they?
Yeah, they got a hat. That helps.
That helps a little bit because that's where they lost Baker.
Can you give me a random Hall of Famer, Mike Smith? I mean, you guys got somebody.
Well, I'm not going to know what. Give me somebody I'm easily going to recall what they look like.
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson. Is he in the hall?
Yeah. Okay. Give me the Randy Johnson, Cooperstown.
I mean, the chisel on that one had to be really? This is what I'm doing?
First thing that comes up is Randy Johnson hitting Bird.
Yeah, that's always the best thing.
Oh, yeah, but Lance, it's on a plaque. They're so small.
Right. It's just a plaque.
But that does look like Randy Johnson.
Yeah. Or if you can make it on a plaque, it's still some form of metal.
Or Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah, it's just on a plaque.
It's like Jeff Foxworthy and Dale Earnhardt had a baby.
That's a really good replication.
No, you're right. It is. But Dunaway's right. It is smaller, so I feel like smaller is going to be easier to get right.
Yeah. Randall David Johnson.
Did not know that was his name.
Randall David. The big unit, though. Randy, the big unit, makes it right there.
Yep.
Got to like that.
Mm-hmm.
Got to like that. And Cooperstown forever. What about you guys? Best or worst of the weekend?
Best for me was, USC spring game. And I didn't love the commentary on it, but just watching, I mean, for 33,000, I think you asked me last week, Dunaway or Brown, what a good number would be, and I said they'd be lucky to get 20,000.
Oh, if they had 3,000, I would have been impressed.
33,000 and change, and just aesthetically, just how well manicured the field was. I mean. No, I'm just talking about
a new lawnmower. Dude, you are so fired up for USC.
No, the Coliseum, it popped a different color. It just looked different. It looked like almost like Augusta turf out there.
Easy now. So have they gone artificial that you're unaware of, or is this actual grass still?
I think it's actual grass.
Like the Coliseum strikes me at a place that would turn their nose up at artificial turf.
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, if you can't grow grass in Southern California.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even trying at that point.
You should be able to, but boy, it was a good scene, man.
Yeah, I'd like to know who's can't. They're not math majors at USC if they think that's 30,000.
Do you understand how big that
Coliseum is? Large.
It is gigantic.
Was that
huge?
Dunaway, tell me, when you went to the Coliseum, met or underwhelmed your expectations?
Well, just the torch. I mean, forget
bigger than you would have thought, or smaller.
It's exactly what.
Did you see a game?
Oh, what? So what? You went to Auburn, USC,
Auburn,
right?
USC, okay. Yeah. No, that entrance is.
So that met your expectations.
Oh, yeah.
Rarely do things do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And ironically, Soldier Field did too. Old Soldier Field.
See, I never saw Old Soldier Field. I've only seen the new one that they built around the old one.
Yeah, I've seen both now. And
the old one
looks like a spaceship.
It does.
It's
a weird looking stadium. Yeah. I'm with Dunaway. That ain't 30,000.
I don't know.
I mean,
it's a lot more than I thought it was.
No, I would agree with that.
They listed it at 33,000 and change.
Yeah. I mean, really, that's the first USFL game with Birmingham. It's like 4 people and then some seats, 4 people, and that just makes it look bigger. But if they want to say 30,000, it's fine.
But it's a better crowd. I thought it was going to be.
What does protective hold? 40?
Yeah, 40,
45. Yeah,
that's about 110.
Yeah.
I know. They tarp it up so they can make it 70,000, so they can occasionally have a sellout for USC games. I'm glad they had some fans there. The Oklahoma spring game.
That's a big crowd.
They packed it out,
crowd, and they were doing that for Brent Venables, and they really made that all the with Baker back and all these other former players back, Bob Stoops and such. They were sort of trying to skip over the Lincoln Riley years and make it look like Bob Stoops was handing things off to Brent Venables. Since Lincoln's at USC, Bob Stoops was there, took pictures with former Oklahoma Sooners, and they were sort of trying to bridge the Stoops to Brent Venables years.
It's weird that has become the best way to show you're excited for a new coaching staff, or to fake that you're excited for a new coaching staff, is to pack out the spring game. And I don't know who started this. I don't know who started this trend.
Well, I'll tell you one time I remember this, and you guys probably remember this as well, is when Nebraska had it packed out for Bill Callahan.
Mm-hmm.
And they were so excited.
And do you remember what happened? The first play,
they went up top.
And the place went nuts.
They were so excited about the offense was going to change. And first play up top.
Yep. And that may have been the people that invented this. I mean, Nebraska has got a good fan base. They may have been the ones that invented it. I don't know, but it is just a weird place that we are in the world of college football, that this is how you show I'm excited. We're going to pack out the spring game.
There's is that Oklahoma this past weekend?
Yeah. That place is pretty full.
Yeah, they were trying to get 92,000 in there.
Oh, were they?
For that.
I don't think they quite did that, but that is a good crowd for a spring game.
Yeah. So they had a crowd there showing a little excitement. Do you like? Is that the state of Oklahoma? Yeah, state of Oklahoma in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
The stadium looks better than the one time I went.
Yeah, well, they've modeled. They were building it, the expansion when I was there for Alabama, Oklahoma, under Franchione.
Yeah, your state's got to be very symmetrical for you to use it in a midfield logo.
You do,
and most states are not symmetrical.
Well, you know what I thought it was at first, because I got the upside down view right there, the one that's up right now. Nope, I thought it was the wagon.
Oh, you thought they put the Boomer schooner out there?
I'd almost rather have the schooner than I would the state of Oklahoma.
I think because it's at least symmetrical. You can at least center it up on midfield.
Yeah, put some horses out there.
Yeah, but which states can you not really center up?
Well, most of them you can't. That's why you shouldn't use your states as a midfield logo.
But they've tried it because we've seen Florida.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not good.
Not good.
Florida's got that big panhandle that gets us all centered.
You could do Colorado, Wyoming. They're all squares.
Yes.
Yes.
Back to the Bill Callahan days. Did you guys see what happened first pass at the Oregon spring game?
I did. Bo Nix, by the way, looked pretty good at the Oregon.
I got a little Bo Nix sound coming up later in the show. Bo looked good. And I think they had a good crowd.
Yeah, no,
they did.
Yeah.
They did. I think 40,000, something like that.
That was Pac-12 Network.
Yeah, it looked packed when I saw it.
Yeah, I've only
down
seen
low angle of the Bo touchdown.
Yeah, no, it's pretty full. I mean, that's not a huge stadium. I've only seen highlights because, as Lance said, it is Pac-12 Network. But that was a gorgeous touchdown pass that Bo threw down in the red zone. I know, interesting to watch. I got a thought on that when you play your Bo Nix sound. I want to hear what he said.
That crowd at Autzen looks bigger than what you had at the Coliseum.
I would agree. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's Oregon.
Smaller stadium.
They're further along than USC trying to build that program.
But there again, I don't remember that. I don't remember that size of a crowd for any of their spring games. But there again, here's Dan Lanning. So let's show how excited we are for Dan Lanning. Let's go pack out the spring game. And
but that wears off quick. I remember it was 92,000 for Alabama. Then it was 70,000. Then it was 60,000.
What they have this year?
Probably 30,000, 31,000.
Yeah. So I mean, it does wear off. You don't keep it up, but it's the way you show you're excited initially.
All right, that's some spring football. We'll get more Browns best and worst of the weekend. Chris jumps in over in the chat room. Best of the weekend for him. His son got to meet Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, one of his favorite NFL players, at the LSU spring game. A close second was the atmosphere in the Blender at the Pels game last night. Pelicans hanging in there. We'll talk more about what else happened this weekend with best and worst of the weekend as that continues. Brought to you by Hemp Hill. Also part of the show being brought to you by a good place to go for lunch or dinner today. It's our friends at Creekside Barbecue right off the I-65 exit at the Oak Mountain Amphitheater.
Yeah, got to try this place out. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain, centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside, just off of I-65. The Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by or check out their menu. Go to creekside-bbq.com.
All right, before Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols, a couple of other notes on the headlines. Javon Quinterly coming back to Alabama. Now, he blew out the ACL, so you don't really expect him back probably until the holidays at least. But JQ coming back, that gives him 4 high school All-Americans on that roster, but 2 of them are coming off an ACL tear. We'll talk more about JQ coming back in a second. Also, the Marlins win the series against the Braves over the weekend. A little surprise there. Braves off today. They get the Cubs in Atlanta starting on Tuesday. The show being brought to you by Nichols.
Hey, Father's Day right ahead of us. Nichols Outfitters is a unique opportunity for a great gift from now until Father's Day. Any purchase of a Christensen Traverse rifle enters you into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle. If you got an outdoorsman in the household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to the family. This is the kind of thing that would bring a smile to your face for Father's Day. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle, enter to win another now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit, Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park, April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Connor O'Gara joins us from Saturday Down South at 10:25. I had a chance to be on the Saturday Down South podcast with them last week. Came out this weekend. You can get that linked either off the morning rounds or our social media platform, or you can just go to SDS Podcast. Also, while you're on our website, nextroundlive.com, on demand right now, you can go back and listen to that, or on the YouTube channel, our Friday show with a lot of time with friends of the show. Kelly Hunter, Tony Curry, and Aaron Suttles all joined us on Friday in studio here. So a lot of memories, and we went back to some old ABC 3340 days and Jocks days and Rock 99 days with Tony and Kelly. All that's on our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe when you're there. Michelson Laser Vision bringing you part of the show today.
969-8100. Write that number down. It is the number you need to call. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Maybe you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses. You're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I wore the contacts for over a decade. Finally went in, got screened out. I was a potential candidate. Got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision 20 years later. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you, and they are going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. For more information, you can also go online, go to michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, Lunsford, before you, I want you to jump in here as well. We'll get back to best and worst of the weekend, get Brown's best and worst and everything coming up in the next hour. But away from sports going on, we all enjoy watching, movies and TV shows streaming online or going to the theater. And I was reading a story last week. I forget where it is now. Maybe it was Variety or somewhere. It popped up on my Twitter feed, so I read the story. But you're a big fan of Taylor Sheridan. You don't necessarily love where Yellowstone is gone.
Yeah, no, I think he's done some good stuff before. I mean, Hell or High Water, Wind River.
He's what? He's the director of?
He directed Hell and High Water, but he wrote Wind River, Hell and High Water.
So the story was about
Sicario.
Taylor Sheridan has brought back the Western as a genre and a way to, take that genre and make money again in 2022. And I was wondering, if I asked a big picture question, the Western went away and has come back. What is another genre that you think the next version of, not Taylor Sheridan, but the next Taylor Sheridan can sort of reinvent with a little edge to it, like he has done with Yellowstone or Hell and High Water and such like that? Is there a genre out there? Jump in, Lunsford, because you like movies that... Because
the gangster genre's been done
right
so many times.
That was sort of the rush before the Western came back, I guess. That was, or maybe even
it's still going on.
Back. Yeah,
it's still up. I can't really think of one. Taylor Sheridan's trying the prison drama right now.
Is he really?
Yeah.
But obviously, crime was one for. I mean, that's almost nonstop. The crime dramas, they're always out there. I just wonder what is next past the Western. We did the space thing for a while, and then
my answer was going to be space, because outside of Star Wars, which people also hate now, there's really not a lot of good space operas out there, like the big epic space movies that you can go back to Star Wars, Star Trek, but those are has-been things that they do good ones every now and then. But then like the Fifth Element's a movie I love from back in the 90s, and I don't know they'll ever do another movie like that ever again.
Yeah, I mean, they just lose money.
They do. They have to be big budget movies. That's the problem nowadays.
What is and I'm not talking like a Disney feel-good. I'm talking like a legit sports movie, like The Natural, Hoosiers. What's the last good one that's come out? Have we done all the stories?
Well, I mean, documentaries are big right now.
They really are.
I did see where Netflix is about to drop how did you say his last name? Tim Donaghy?
Tim Donaghy. I saw that. Yeah,
he's disgraced ref from the NBA that was gambling.
And he's involved in it.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a tell-all about that, which if I'm the NBA, I'm not going to be excited about that. If I'm sports in general, I'm probably not going to be excited about it, because I'll watch it because it's going to pour out the underbelly of probably all major sports.
That's a bad thing. Any good sports movie has to be the bad side of sports.
It really does.
You can't have a feel-good. I mean, you said that a lot of the feel-good movies are sports movies, and it's like, oh, they triumph in the end and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of done. Like high school football movies, I feel like, are kind of done after Remember the Titans, Varsity Blues, Friday Night Lights, stuff like that.
You remember Radio? With Cuba Gooding.
But like, yeah, I feel like any sports movie has to be the negative side of sports now.
Well, I really don't care for sports movies by and large, but there are a couple I've liked. I just mentioned them, like Natural and Hoosiers, or even like Major Leagues. That is I don't know. Maybe that's a genre, but maybe we've told all the stories too. Like, I don't know. There's a story out there that appeals to the way that Hoosiers.
How many times we say, "Hey, I want this 30 for 30," or "I want this for 30 for 30."
Right.
Instead of doing a 30 for 30, you make a movie.
Right.
It's still based on a true story and all that kind of stuff. But there's so many of those stories that we talk about. Oh, I can't wait for the 30 for 30 on that. Do an actual movie, get a huge cast in it, put a lot of production value into it.
Chris says Blindside might have been the last good one, which I did not think that was a good movie.
I did not think it was good either.
But let me ask you, do you think people now write for movies or like these 8-part single season series? Like, because in a movie you're sort of tied to, I mean, we all say 2.5 hours. That's a long time to go sit in the theater. But we love an 8-part series that are 55 minutes long each. So basically, it's a 7-hour movie.
See, I've never minded the long movie, but I started The Batman yesterday, and I watched an hour of it.
You started it?
Yeah, I started it, and I was just tired from a trip, and so I'm going to probably piece it together. I might watch the final 2 hours.
It's an 8-part movie, so there you go. It's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
but that's exactly right.
It's a 3-hour and 5-minute movie.
Yeah. But you can break it up and watch it in parts, and it becomes a sort of a mini series.
I'll say this: so Doctor Strange is the next big popcorn movie everybody's going to go see in a couple of weeks. It's only 2 hours and 6 minutes long. And everybody's like, that's such a short movie.
So
how are they possibly going to, accomplish what they need to accomplish? But, I mean, with the Batman, it's like, oh, that's so long. And now it's like, oh, that's so short because it's a little over 2 hours long. I mean, that's where we are in movies now.
Get some of the original Netflix films, and they're like an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they did the gangster, The Irishman, which was like 3.5, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Brendan says Batman is so slow.
I thought it was I so far, the first hour and 15 minutes, there's a couple of over-the-top parts, but it's dark.
It's dark.
I like it.
I describe Batman as my butt was somewhat kind of sore when we got through watching that movie.
Somewhat kind of sore?
But I was engaged the entire time.
Well,
so it's long, but it's like, it's good. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It is just really, really long.
I mean, you've got a serial killer in it, and that's something you typically don't have with Batman. They've done that with one of the characters, the Riddler, which so far it's been done pretty good.
You know, the slapstick genre is dead. I don't know that we want that back, but when's the last slapstick movie?
Well, it's hard because of how PC everything is.
Well, that's true.
You
you couldn't do Blazing Saddles today by any stretch of the imagination.
Like I'm watching Severance, and the first episode was okay. The second episode was good, but after you get through 2 episodes, the third episode was really good.
Oh yeah, it's a good show.
Talking about slow. Talking about dragging out for 9 hours.
No,
but it's good. Same thing. It's long. It's slow, but it's good.
But the first 2, I'm like, this first one, I mean, there's a lot of walking in white hallways, and you're sort of setting everything up,
man.
God, that first 15 minutes.
The second one was good.
What about Outer Range? Have you watched it?
Have not got to that yet. I'm a slow watcher, man.
Okay.
I'm usually
a slow watcher.
I am. I'm a slow
speed.
reader, slow watcher. Well, I mean, I'll watch something like
you don't have to watch 2 or 3 times
when I'm eating. I'm eating dinner,
gotcha,
right?
Yeah.
So 2 meals a day. I'm eating when I'm watching, so I eat it and I watch on 1 episode. But I'm also watching Winning Time, which got really, really good. I'm sorry you quit that.
Somebody texted me about that this morning, and they were like, I know you're all in on that. And I'm like, I'm really not.
Yeah, I mean, it got really, really good. I'm through 7. I think the new one I didn't watch last night. So all good stuff there. And I just wonder what's the next. Taylor Sheridan rode out into the sunset with some big money with the Western. I wonder what the next genre is. You guys are jumping into the chat room. We appreciate that. Back to sports we go in the next hour, being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Man, it's good to have the guys who are the masters at this on your side when it comes to mortgages in 2022.
And Mortgage Right does put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number 1 when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Do you think if you could take, Lunsford, if you could take 1938, 1958, 1968 baseball writer, and if I read him this tweet, if his head would explode? Byron Buxton's walk-off home run yesterday traveled 469 feet, the longest walk-off home run in Major League Baseball over the last 15 seasons. I mean, how'd they used to did they used to just gauge those distances?
Yeah, because don't you remember, didn't Mickey Mantle supposedly hit like a 553 shot or something like that?
And now we've got that and home runs in the last 15 years. We're so analytic now, and those guys used to love being analytical back in the days where they would basically invent the analytics. I wonder what if we get...
Buxton's was one that if you're in the crowd, you don't want to try to bare hand that one.
You don't?
No.
That's coming at you with some steam.
Yeah, it's a laser there. So Braves in baseball yesterday, they dropped the series to the Marlins. There was a big moment over the weekend in baseball. We'll get to that in our headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends Dr. Beckenstein.
Yeah, hey, was doing the treatment last night on the couch watching the Batman. Look, when I asked around, when I noticed a little hair loss, everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up the consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing, determining the best course of treatment, exactly what they will do for you. Recently got the results. Dr. Beckenstein, we had the virtual meeting to go over the options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment. It's going to help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally. He will apply his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Get preemptive. If you notice any hair loss at all, call Dr. B today. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell them the Next Round sent you.
You know, we were talking Friday after the show, Lunsford Rockstar and I, if we're going to have to raise the lights if your hair really starts to grow too much.
We'll see, man.
We have to raise the lights in here. We're 124 days from week 0 of college football. In baseball yesterday, Auburn, number 19 in the country, finished a sweep of South Carolina. 2-0 on Sunday. They played number 1 Tennessee this past week. Did you happen to see what Tennessee baseball did? Number 1 in the country. I'm told by people in the SEC they are the most hated baseball organization in the Southeastern Conference.
Well, I saw the only thing from that whole series I saw. First of all, they were the first team to sweep Florida and Gainesville in a very long time.
That's right.
Like 20 years. I mean, something crazy. I saw they had a walk-off home run save catch, which you don't normally see, and then celebrated like they had won in Omaha, which they criticized Alabama for doing.
They did, but then they have to go back and shower at the Swamp. And as you would imagine, baseball players in unlocked doors, you occasionally find football equipment in the Swamp.
Oh, boy.
So then the Tennessee folks, the baseball players start wearing Florida Gator football helmets they took it out of players' lockers.
And they took these pictures and posted them?
Out of players' lockers?
Yeah, so they're pulling them out of players' lockers and posting. So the baseball players who are being allowed to shower before they get back on a bus or a plane to go back to Knoxville are posting pictures inside the Swamp wearing Gator helmets. And then, of course, you get one Florida Gator player who allegedly one of his helmets were worn. And that's, who is it? It's I forget which player it was.
Chief Borders.
Chief Borders. He writes back, "You shall reap what you sow." A little payback, Florida. I don't know how Florida football is going to beat Tennessee baseball. But
they may be in football. I don't know how Tennessee baseball is going to care. So I've heard that Tony Vitello, the coach at Tennessee, is the most hated coach in the SEC.
So was he suspended this weekend?
He came back the last game. Yesterday's game was his first one back.
But I've heard he's the most hated guy in the SEC, that nobody likes him.
Yeah.
Like the way I've heard it told is even Tim Corbin doesn't like him, and Tim Corbin likes everybody. That's what I've heard.
Well, he might want to get a hold of his program, because that's a bad look.
But they're apparently really good. I mean,
Number 1 in the country. Their only SEC loss has been one of the 3 games to Alabama. They just swept Florida on the road. But here goes Auburn. This week,
Auburn's hot.
Number 19 Auburn on the road at Tennessee. That could be a fun series to watch if you like SEC baseball. Alabama did beat number 10 Georgia yesterday. The Tide hanging in there 9-9 in the SEC. You get a chance to watch. 99 is good enough to get you in the tournament easily. Alabama at Samford on Tuesday. Auburn is at Jack State on Tuesday if you want to catch some local baseball there. Jack State won a series against Lipscomb. Montana Fouts, 20 wins again, all 3 years of her time in college, 20 years. She got the win yesterday. Number 2 Alabama avoided the sweep, though, on the road at Texas A&M, getting the win. Montana was supposed to be with us today. Will not be with us today.
Travel issues. She'll be with us tomorrow. Forrester says I'm incorrect. The Vandy Whistler is the most hated guy in the SEC.
Yeah.
Vitello may be second.
Number 18 Auburn wins the series over at Mississippi State. Those are your headlines here locally. But in baseball, Detroit's Miguel Cabrera finally gets his 3,000th hit. Only 33 players in Major League Baseball history with 3,000 hits. But he's in a more elite company. He's only the 7th player with 500 home runs and 3,000 hits. I mean, that's when you talk about forever of baseball.
Well, it's an automatic Hall of Fame. I mean, it's automatic first ballot Hall of Fame when you get to that number.
But, you know, his name probably is good and consistent as he's been. I would think that Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, and Mickey Mantle. I'm just guessing off the cuff.
I don't have the list, but those are the guys I would go with. But I wanted to bring up this point because we've heard for years now, because of the way we platoon and people don't go deep in games and careers are shorter, that we may never have, I think it's a 300-game winner ever again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think people have been saying that for about a decade now.
Robinson Cano is 369 hits away from 3,000, and he is 39.
Yeah, he won't get it.
Okay? There is nobody under the age of 38 that's even got to 2,000 hits yet. So we may be in an era where 3,000 hits it takes a long career like Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah.
We're forever away before there's a chance we don't see 3,000 hits for years now.
Yeah, I wonder though if the universal DL will help that, or universal DH, excuse me, will help that.
Yeah, I mean it will
because
extend
that will extend some guys'
Yeah.
careers. Some really good hitters. Like for a good example is Cabrera. The way that guy hits the ball, even when his fielding is not as good. I mean, he'll have a good long career hitting, I would imagine.
Still in the lineup there.
Yeah, so to answer Lance's question, Henry Aaron, Willie Mays.
Albert Pujols got to be in there, too,
Albert Pujols, Eddie Murray.
Oh, yeah. Always forget Eddie Murray.
Yeah.
Sweet swinging first baseman for the Orioles.
Rafael Palmeiro.
Would have never guessed that one.
Albert Pujols, and everybody's favorite baseball player of all time, Alex Rodriguez. A lot of steroids.
So
a lot of steroid suspension.
No Barry Bonds?
I don't see Barry Bonds. How did he not get 3,000 hits?
No Babe Ruth?
I do not see Babe Ruth.
No Willie Mays?
Miguel Cabrera's induction to the 3,000 hit, 500 homer club, a matter of when. He joined the most exclusive club in baseball. That's what it says.
And give me those names again.
Because this is from MLB.com now. I'm going to assume they get this right. 7th member of this elite club, 3,000 hit, 500 homers. Henry Aaron, Willie Mays, Eddie Murray, Rafael Palmeiro, Albert Pujols, Alex Rodriguez, and now Miguel Cabrera.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Babe Ruth had 2,873.
They couldn't get him any more at bats. Come on, man. We got to get Babe to
Barry
3,000.
Bonds had 2,935.
So Barry was that close.
How do you shut it down that
So
close?
Yeah,
I don't think Barry cared.
Yeah. All right. So that's a little baseball news happened over the weekend. Stallions win, and Ross Chastain wins at Talladega. We're sold out for Sunday at the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. Completely sold out for Sunday tickets. You can still get some Saturday tickets by going checking out IndyAlabama.com for that. So a big weekend racing at Barber's coming up this weekend. All right, let's talk a little spring football from what we saw over the weekend. Ole Miss, Jackson Dart, slow start, still look pretty good. Ole Miss is going to be okay. LSU is where everybody's been focusing because 4 quarterbacks down there that really not a whole lot of separation. You had Brennan and Nussmeier, Daniels and Walker Howard, the 5-star recruit that's there. Here is Brian Kelly on what he has seen this spring from his quarterback room.
Brennan was good today, right? I mean, he does really good things with the football. He knows the offense. He's smart. He takes care of it. Nussmeier, we talked about Nussmeier's athletic ability, his arm strength. Daniels is really, really fast, and Walker's got one of the strongest arms on the team. So I don't know if we cleared up anything there, and we know defensively that front is really, really good. The safeties tackled so much better today. So that's kind of a synopsis. Are we done? That was pretty good, wasn't it? I don't know how many wins that equals, but that makes us more competitive.
That's Brian Kelly.
Boy, I tell you, it's tough, though. You kind of alluded to this earlier in the show. You got 4 guys, all highly recruited. Jaden Daniels is already transferred. All 4 of those guys aren't going to stick around.
They're not. I did think it was interesting that when he got to Daniels, he just described him as he's really fast.
And he's the guy that started. He got the first reps.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't say, now look, he's got the whole package, man. He can throw, he can read the defense, he's got the speed. He just said Jaden Daniels, he's really fast. I mean, that's all he said about him.
And people are saying maybe a 2-quarterback system with a package for Jaden and a package for Miles Brennan. Brian said later in his news conference he's not a big fan of a 2-quarterback system.
Boy, I'm not either.
He'd like to have 1 quarterback and then sort of build the offense around what that quarterback does well. We'll get to more spring football coming up, but LSU is a fascinating study to see how good Brian Kelly can make them. They've got some quarterbacks. If I asked you, though, quickly before we go to to Bo Nix out at Oregon, if I asked you quickly, Brennan Nussmeier, Daniels, and Howard, how many of those guys hit the portal? 0, 1, 2, or 3?
By May 1?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to say 0, but
I'm going to say Nussmeier.
You know, I did think it was interesting when you weren't here, Lance, but Jacob Hester was on the show. He goes, everybody forgets about Nussmeier.
Yeah.
Excuse me. He said, don't write him off. This guy's a guy that's got a chance. So
see, that's what I guarantee you. I mean, you know, Walker's not going to leave because he's early enrollee.
That's right.
Jaden Daniels ain't going to leave because he just transferred.
He just transferred.
there.
He can't leave. So you're really only down to Miles Brennan, who's a kind of a legacy guy there, and Nussmeier. I would say if one leaves, it'd be Nussmeier.
But I would think that all these guys believe they can still start. I think Brian Kelly's done a good job with at least positioning that, hey, this could be anybody.
Now, I said Brennan's kind of a legacy there because of what his family is in New Orleans. And we're about to hear from one of the ultimate legacy guys wearing Oregon gear now. So I don't know that matters anymore.
Just looking at this picture that I guess nobody else can see right now.
It's very odd, yes.
If we went back 1 year and you said, hey, this is going down, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I would have instantly saw this picture and I was like, God, I wonder if Auburn won the game at Autzen Stadium.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. We got Auburn at Oregon?
I mean, if you looked into the future and I saw Bo Nix standing in front of that in my crystal ball, and I'd been like, Auburn played a road game at Oregon. How about that?
Yeah.
And I wonder if they won. Bo doesn't look happy. But Bo Nix, is he your quarterback at Oregon? I mean, he looked like it. Looked like it as you watched this.
I mean, look, I've only seen highlights, so you're going to see the best parts of Bo Nix, right? The game was on Pac-12 Network, so I can't watch it. But of the highlights I've seen, Bo looked like he was far more comfortable playing quarterback at Oregon than he ever was at Auburn.
He really did.
Yeah, but if you take two throws away, two were 70-yard bombs, and you can't take those away, then he would be.
One of those was a catch and run that you're calling a bomb.
It was a bad defense.
Yeah, it really was. Horrible tackling.
6 of 13, 90 yards and a pick. If you take those two 70-yard.
6 of 13. See, that's more like he played at Auburn.
Yeah.
So here's what's going to be weird. But I'm just talking, too, though, about the throw he made down on the goal line. That was a heck of a catch by the receiver. But that was a good throw.
That was in between people.
Yeah, he fit that in a tight window, and his receiver made a really good catch on it. Not that we need to line up and bash Gus Malzahn anymore. He's gone. He's now the coach at Central Florida. But if Bo Nix goes up and looks like a refined quarterback, what?
Not that we need to bash Gus Malzahn anymore. He's at Central Florida. He's gone. And at Central Florida made it sound like...
Yes, he's dead?
Yeah.
No, but Gus still with us.
Made it sound like a major negative.
Gus still with us, but... If Bo Nix goes up there and looks like a refined quarterback, all that talk about Gus Malzahn not being able to develop quarterbacks is just going to continue, isn't it?
Yeah. And by the way, UCF's former quarterback Dylan Gabriel looked pretty good, minus one interception throw at Oklahoma. Here's Bo Nix after the spring wraps up at Oregon, the one-time Auburn quarterback talking about his spring, his place in the Oregon program.
How'd that feel? That was awesome. To be honest, with the crowd like that, I thought it was an impressive spring game. I wasn't expecting that many people for a spring game, but that was pretty cool. The atmosphere was fun. It was just fun seeing all the green and yellow and playing with my teammates, and we all just had a good time.
Coming in, what did you want to get accomplished in a game-like setting, and how do you feel like you did in that regard?
I think the biggest thing is just offensively. My side, we just wanted to execute and have some drives, have some explosive plays that finished in touchdowns, and we did that.
I wonder if
he's going to change his accent, you think?
No, if he knows anything about Eugene at all. It's like every time he's surprised,
We know because he told us he had never visited there until he was on campus, until he committed. He had never even visited.
But how about that, man? I was really surprised with the atmosphere. This stadium it's not bad.
Pretty loud.
I wonder if he's going to play a little bit looser with less pressure than he had on him at Auburn. And that's no knock on Auburn fans. Auburn fans expect a lot out of their players. They should. Auburn's a good program. But Bo came in with that Nix name.
Yep.
He's an Auburn legacy guy. He was one of the higher recruited quarterbacks. People, I think, initially, especially that first game, oddly, against Oregon, when he led the drive, I think people were like, okay, here we go. Here's the guy. And then his own head coach. His own head coach says this guy's going to win a championship before he gets out of here. Now, Gus was wrong about that. But his own head coach, as a freshman, put some extra pressure on him. I just wonder if going to Oregon will kind of relieve some of that pressure where he's not – it's still a pressure-packed situation. You're a quarterback of a top program. But Dunaway, it's a different kind of pressure at Oregon than he had on him at Auburn. And I wonder if we'll see a different Bo Nix because of that.
New coaching staff out there and a lot of excitement around Bo Nix in Oregon. We will talk to Connor O'Gara about everything going on in college football, specifically the SEC. Connor has a story up today that says, take away Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. Here are the 5 guys you could look at for the Heisman Trophy. So he's got a Heisman Trophy list out if you get past C.J. and Bryce. That's coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. It's just the kind of guy I am. Yesterday I was on my way to Montevallo, one of our great sponsors. I stopped and had lunch at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. As I was getting out of the car, I had to glance up, getting out of my car, by the way, from Alfa Romeo. Another
One
great
more.
sponsor.
Come on, Jimmy, one more.
So as I was getting out, I had to glance up at the roof because Greg had done some roof work there. And I was like, that Greg knows what he's doing. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, who surprised us Friday, and came in studio with us and said hi to Tone the Bone and Kelly Hunter. If you'd like a local guy like Greg, who just is so intertwined with the community, loves to keep things local and help everybody out, you need to look him up on Facebook. It is Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. And he's the owner, he and his wife, of Storm Restoration Roofing. It's a locally owned company for over 2 decades, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They got all the warranties you need in the industry. Insurance companies trust him. And he wants to do this for your family. He wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Absolutely free. He'll get up on the roof and give you a roof inspection, let you know if you need any pieces of roof replaced, a side of roof, a whole roof, or no roof at all replaced. Not like a convertible, like your roof's fine. He'll tell you that as well. It is a free, no-cost inspection, no obligation. Call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook. When we come back, Connor O'Gara joins us. Lance Has Trash at 11:30. And we go west and talk to Bruce Feldman at 12 noon to start the final hour of this Monday edition of TNR.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview, at Slice.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
Do you think only the Alabama media could have the conversation we were just having right then?
I don't mind saying it. I'll say it. Read the tweet that started that.
Okay, so Dennis Dodd just tweeted, and Connor O'Gara joins us in a second for Saturday Down South. He's about to laugh at this and probably write a damn story about it. But Dennis Dodd just said, college football meetings this week. Without expansion, one stakeholder observed, quote, "I wish Alabama best of luck in the next 4 championship games," to which Brown said,
"I think the Fiesta is one of the semifinal games and the championship's in L.A., so I said if Bama gets sent to the Fiesta, we ought to just do our show from there and stay out there until the end of the championship game."
And LT said,
and ain't happening.
There's no. We're the only media group in the world that says, God, just too many playoff games, too many championships. We can't stay 2 weeks on the West Coast.
I have zero desire to do that.
But I did. I had a friend who bought tickets, not tickets for the game, but hotel rooms in L.A. God, Alabama fan.
A million hotels. I don't think they're going to fill up.
He wanted a specific one, but he went out and got them this weekend.
The biggest lawn party is returning to Greystone for the region's tradition. It is May 11th through 15. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am show. We'll be live out there with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. Don't miss the return of the White Claw watering hole featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar.
Did you do that with the French accent?
Live music and much more. Celebrate 30 years of tradition. $20 million to charity. Regionstradition.com.
Connor just got back from Nashville. I guarantee he saw a
White Claw?
He saw a bachelorette party with White Claws everywhere.
No laws there, Connor. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Connor? We gave you a lot there before we brought you on.
Guys, do we want to just talk about the power ranking of bachelorette party vehicles in which you could be transported around downtown Nashville? Because I was naive. I was innocent. I kind of assumed that I was going to be looking at a lot of different party buses, and that was kind of going to be the norm. Man, we got tractors. We got fire trucks. We've got like Humvees that you could be taken around in. They literally have everything in downtown Nashville. If you don't see a bachelorette party in like 20 seconds walking around downtown Nashville, like you're just not looking. You probably have your head looking at the sidewalk or something. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like
see it.
Yeah, and it's been over the last decade. It's really weird, Connor, how that became bachelorette party capital of the world.
Yeah, and look, I can't say that I've been able to partake in one of those. We had a great time being able to get out on Broadway on Saturday night post half marathon. But it was one of those things that, man, like you just realize like there's just no place that's really like this. The only place that I've seen that's kind of like that was Times Square in New York. Other than that, I mean, I was really struggling to come up with any sort of comp.
Yeah, if you're the type person that turns around every time you hear a group of girls go, woo! That's not the place for you because your head's on a swivel there the whole time. The woo girls are out.
The woo girls.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's a great time. I don't fault anybody. It's one of those things too. Like when you're like walking around, or if you're in a car and you're watching other people who are in that spot, you're like, oh, they're hammered. Those are so like touristy. You know, they're a little bit cliche or whatever. I bet they're an absolute blast. I bet they're a great time, and I will not be the person to hate on the woo girl because I'd probably be the woo guy if I was on the list.
Technically, I am that for the show. I am
the woo guy.
The woo guy.
Go read Connor's work Saturday Down South. Hear the, what was it, an hour long sit down with Dunaway? I mean, I don't find Jim that interesting,
Yeah.
Connor. That must be great questions by you.
It was long answers.
Long answers.
It was
Okay.
3 questions, 50 minutes.
We've tweeted out where you can find that with Connor's latest podcast there with Dunaway. Let's talk spring games. Connor O'Gara with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We just played sound from Brian Kelly, and he's describing all 4 quarterbacks. And when he got to Jayden Daniels, I thought this was interesting because he started the game, and I would say he's the presumed starter. He said, and Jayden is really fast, which is a compliment. But also, if it's a starting quarterback, you want more than really fast. And I don't mean that Brian Kelly intentionally is saying that, but I just thought it was a weird comment.
I think Brian Kelly should just have a filter, somebody that is just on call at all times to just be on standby to sort of kind of be like, hey, do you really want to say that? Do you really want to send this tweet type of thing? Because as you recall, his comments with Keishon Butte, where he's like, well, I know his last name now. You're like, wait a minute. That's one of the 3 best receivers in college football. Why would you say that when he's already talked about entering the transfer portal? Look, I think Brian Kelly is trying to kind of walk that line. He wants Garrett Nussmeier to stay at LSU. I mean, that's a big topic of conversation. That May 1st deadline is coming up. So you're trying to downplay this. We didn't see Jayden Daniels get a ton of reps. We knew that it wasn't going to be like, hey, he's really going to take over and look the part, because let's be honest here, he hasn't had a lot of time in the system. And Miles Brennan, I thought, is able to kind of step in and have that advantage over him. But I think he's trying to keep all 4 of those quarterbacks around. I think the Jayden Daniels move was made in part because he wants to keep Garrett Nussmeier on that roster. And I think so that's part of it. Jayden Daniels is going to have time to learn the offense, but it's still raw. And if you talk to people who watched him closely, somebody like Matt Berry at ESPN, who's a diehard Arizona State fan, they'll tell you, look, he has some tools that are really, really impressive, and you can work with that, but he needs time to be able to develop that trust with that really good group of receivers. And right now, Brian Kelly clearly doesn't want to kind of give him the credit for necessarily being on the same page with all these guys and looking like an all-world starter.
So you did a piece yesterday on don't bet on the 2 preseason Heisman Trophy favorites. Instead, consider these 5 candidates. I like some of your 5 candidates. The thing I would ask you, your 2 favorites, Bryce Young, the guy that is your reigning Heisman Trophy winner, and C.J. Stroud. Did you realize the last time, and maybe you put this in your article, last time somebody from the Big Ten won a Heisman Trophy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're talking about Troy Smith here.
Yeah.
It's
2006. And Heisman Trophy voters like to go against the grain. And I'm just wondering if C.J. Stroud has the year a lot of people believe he's going to have. I wonder if they go that direction just because somebody from the Big Ten hasn't won one in a while.
It's a terrible bet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's almost even money. I agree with you. I agree.
Betting 2-1 on a college football player to be the best individual in the entire sport, when part of this, and I'm not saying that this is fair, but this is just the way that it is played out, and you see these patterns with voters. C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young are competing against themselves, which is a ridiculous standard to have to hold up to. I have a Will Anderson rant that we can get into about why he's competing against his 2021 version of himself and how messed up that is, considering he should have been a Heisman finalist last year and he somehow wasn't, and that could hurt him this year in a weird way. But the thing with CJ Stroud that I come back to is is he really going to be able to better his numbers? And is it going to be somebody that captivates the nation? That's the way the Heisman Trophy has typically gone. And even with somebody who is kind of a returning commodity like Baker Mayfield, who is one of 2 players in the last 13 years to start off as a preseason top 3 Heisman vote getter, I guess 3rd because Bryce Young joined that club as well, but to go on to win the award. And Baker Mayfield took his game to that next level. Is CJ Stroud going to do what he did last year? Because he's got less talent at receiver. I'm sorry. I know Jackson Smith and Jigba is arguably the best returning receiver in college football. He still lost 2 guys who are probably going to come off the board in the first round of the NFL draft with Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. So I would look at that and say, you know what? Especially looking at those odds, 2-1, that's terrible. I don't know if he can really have that Heisman narrative just based on that, especially with how good we've seen Ohio State quarterbacks play and still not even get that kind of love.
I think there's a rule that eventually we have to give Oklahoma quarterbacks another Heisman Trophy. We're almost up to that quota. And Jeff Lebby comes in, and every time I watch Herb Street talk about Jeff Lebby, I think he's talking about the beautiful mind of X's and O's, right? Apparently this guy calls plays better than everyone else. So if you take Lebby, give him his old quarterback from UCF, and put him at Oklahoma, that seems to be the perfect recipe for a Heisman candidacy.
You know what's weird? I don't think Dylan Gabriel is competing against past Oklahoma quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, and Kyler Murray in a way that Spencer Rattler actually was, and that kind of led to his benching. Because it's a new regime, because Lincoln Riley is no longer there, I do think that Dylan Gabriel, reunited with Jeff Lebby, can follow this sort of Heisman narrative as kind of this new guy, this Oklahoma following this storyline of, well, we didn't need Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams. We can do it in a different way, because they're going to be leading in a lot of these games. I think Brent Venables coming back with a defense that ranks in the top 15 in percentage of returning defensive production, the great stat that Bill Connolly puts out every single year. I think having that is going to be a huge asset for that Oklahoma team in a Big 12 that looks very up for grabs. And I'm high on Baylor coming into the season, but it's still very much up for grabs. So I actually think Dylan Gabriel going to a Power 5 conference where he's going to get more eyeballs on him coming off of the injury last year can kind of follow that Heisman narrative. This is somebody who had a 32-4 TD-INT ratio the last time he was fully healthy back in 2020, reunited with Jeff Lebby. I'm really interested to kind of see the way that plays out. And I think that his odds at 40-1 are a lot better than some of these favorites.
What do you think? Connor O'Gara is with us Saturday Down South, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If it doesn't work for Brent Venables, why would it not have worked in your opinion? I mean, what do you think goes wrong where they look back and say, okay, this was a bad hire?
You just don't fully know how these guys are going to act as head coaches. Like that's a really broad thing, and it's so general, but is he going to default to some of these principles that Dabo has, where like Dabo is stubborn to a certain extent with things like the transfer portal? Like obviously we haven't seen Brent Venables take that approach. We're just talking about a transfer that he added, who's somebody that I like in the Heisman Trophy conversation. But at the same time, like, is he going to be stubborn to a fault?
Yeah, because
if he loses Jeff Lebby?
Yeah, real quick, Dabo has the viewpoint, Connor, that you would assume Mac Brown and Nick Saban would have. You know, the two oldest coaches in college football, you would assume they view things the way Dabo does. Dabo's like the old guy in the room all of a sudden.
It's kind of weird. And he's not that much older than 50.
I know.
You know, like, we don't really know what Dabo's coaching tree even really looks like yet, because we're finally seeing Tony Elliott get out there. We're finally seeing Brent Venables get out there. And we have massive questions now about Dabo moving forward, but we don't know kind of the way that his coaching tree is going to act. I think we have a general idea about like what Nick Saban's coaching tree looks like. And you can kind of go any which way with that. If you want to point to the Will Muschamps, the Jeremy Pruitts of the world, the guys who have flamed out, you could say, well, it hasn't really worked out because they've tried to be Saban 2.0. But then you could also look at somebody like Billy Napier, who I would be buying stock in right now because of his Saban-like qualities. Somebody who also came from the Dabo tree, and you would say, all right, well, maybe, you know, there are different ways to kind of look at this thing overall. But yeah, if Brent Venables doesn't work out, it's going to be because they couldn't figure out the offense, and because he had maybe some stubborn tendencies as a head coach and handling probably quarterback battles and things like that.
You can make an argument Hendon Hooker's second best quarterback in the SEC behind Bryce Young. You've got him on this list at 60-1, which are really good odds. But what do you think it would take if he had an outstanding season again and even better numbers to get him to New York, Tennessee win-wise? How many wins?
If he goes 9-3, there's room for that. Let's keep in mind this belief that you have to be going to the playoff to win a Heisman Trophy isn't true in this internet age. And I think Johnny Manziel proved that. I think Lamar Jackson proved that. We've seen RG3 prove that. Like, you can kind of go viral in different sort of ways, and Hendon Hooker has the ability to do that. I love this little head fake that he often does when he gets into the open field, and he has, you know, the ability to make guys miss with his legs. I think that he has room to grow as a thrower as well. And so, you know, those explosive plays are going to be there, but it comes down to this, guys. Like, the reason he was kind of overlooked last year, despite the fact that he had a 31-3 TD-INT ratio, he was one of the best running quarterbacks in the country. He's got to win 2 of those 3 marquee games, I think, to really make that strong case. If he wins 1 of those 3, and the 3 that I'm talking about, of course, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, you've got to end those droughts. If you're at Tennessee and you're getting that kind of billing, you've got to be able to win one of those games for sure to be in the conversation, and then probably 2 of those games to kind of have a realistic chance to win the award. And I like what they're doing from an offensive standpoint. I think he and Cedric Tillman are going to be a fantastic duo. So I think that's really kind of where it's got to be. And then Tennessee getting that maybe 9-3 regular season would be huge for his chances.
We look forward to buying you a beer over in Atlanta when it's Georgia and Alabama the first week in December. But if it's not them, which concerns you more, the Alabama offensive line or the Georgia defensive backfield? You write a story today at Saturday Down South about that. But which is the bigger concern for those championship contenders, Bama's O-line or Georgia's DBs?
Georgia's DBs, because at the end of the day, with Alabama's offensive line, the struggles and the head-scratching moments that we saw play out last year where they allowed, 41 sacks, and they were bottom 10 in the country in that department. And they didn't really look like they improved a whole lot, losing Evan Neal to the NFL, of course. And then they're getting Tyler Steen, the tackle from Vandy. You still have Bryce Young back there, right? Like, you still have him to kind of be able to improvise if the tackle can't win a one-on-one matchup. And you still have the best player in college football on the offensive side of the ball being able to kind of figure things out. Whereas Georgia, I worry about that secondary, because last year the secondary issues were covered up by the fact that they could get home with 3 or 4. And on the back end, they kind of had some issues that were covered up. And this year, man, they got Keely Ringo, the national championship hero. But outside of that, man, it is rough. And Kirby's been really upfront with the lack of cornerback depth that they have. They lost a few guys to the transfer portal. They've lost guys to the NFL draft. They just lost Darian Kendrick to the NFL draft. And it looks like, man, if you just decide we don't want to pick on Ringo, we'll just go in an opposite direction. You can maybe get a chance to beat this Georgia team if they're not getting home consistently with 3 or 4. So I think it's definitely the Georgia defensive backfield that would have me more concerned if I'm picking one of those 2 teams to win it all.
All right, go follow Connor on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. You can hear the SDS pod, the Saturday Down South pod, with Dunaway as the guest. It's great anytime.
Actually, it's a big Oreo cookie. A lot of good stuff around my ooey gooey middle part.
So there. Connor's intro and outro is the good part. Gotcha.
Good debates on either side.
That's right. So you can check that out. We've tweeted it from the next round and read him at Saturday Down South. Connor, thank you for the time. Always great talking with you.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, I mentioned earlier what a great job you have done responding to the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, which is returning, presented by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union this weekend to Barber Motorsports Park, April 29th through May 1st. Fastest drivers in the world will be there. They'll be on the track Saturday, too. And it's just a weekend full of fun out there Friday and Saturday. So you can still get tickets right now on Saturday for IndyAlabama.com. That's INDY, IndyAlabama.com. Get tickets, go out and enjoy the weather on Saturday, and then the racing on Sunday. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. You've got the fast drivers who are back. Elio Castroneves, Jimmy Johnson, all the other top Indy drivers will be here. Tim Tebow is kicking off all the festivities as the Grand Marshal. Make your plans to be there and plan for the future, too, to always put this on your calendar to be back year after year after year. It's a fast, hard-selling ticket. It's IndyAlabama.com, IndyAlabama.com. Brownie.
Who had the earliest time?
It's official?
It's official.
It was Lance, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the baby's out?
The baby has been born. Yes, Jim. The baby has been born.
The Eagle has landed.
The Eagle has landed 10/21. Rockstar officially became a father.
I was 11:21. I was an hour.
You were an hour off.
You
Eastern time, you had to know.
Yeah. You had Eastern time.
Man, congrats. I really never thought we'd live to see the day Rockstar got married. But a kid?
Yeah. So we'll shuffle up a picture at some point before the show's over. Stay tuned. Maybe even in the next segment. Already have it?
We got it.
All right. Picture coming up on the other side of Rockstar's new baby boy. Right? It's a boy, right?
It is.
That's coming up next right here on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the Next Round. LTD&B with you. Rockstar's viewing menu every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. The viewing today is going to be of Rockstar's Baby after LT tells us about New Life.
Hey, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call today, 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
So LT won the pool, and Forrester has the picture that's come in. I joked that he's already been to the mall in Glamour Shots.
Look at that.
Nice little picture in black and white.
Yep.
Look at that.
That's so Cord Patrick Henniger there. New to this world. Nancy is doing great, according to Rockstar. Nancy is Rockstar's beautiful wife. And Cord, when you're old enough that your parents play this for you on YouTube and remind you that these idiots were talking about you the day you were born, this is it, man. The rest of your life is in front of you. Was that deep? You're very loved. What am I supposed to say,
deep,
Lunsford?
man.
I was trying to say something significant.
You're doing a good job of taking control of the conversation there.
Oh, God.
I just wanted Cord to get a feel of our relationship.
That's right, Cord. You got the real Dunaway right there, my man.
Yeah. The guy who had less text with Rockstar before the show is going to be the guy who makes the announcement for Cord on the air.
Jim cared a lot more about you, Cord, than I did, obviously. He wants you to know that. Now, he's underwhelmed by your size.
Well,
he thought you'd be a little bigger.
How
Thought you'd come a little
Rockstar
later.
is going to acclimate to noises of babies as much as he hates noises.
Well, I thought Rockstar would be gone all week, at least all week.
I did, too. I was surprised by the news I got this morning.
When he was leaving on Friday, I said, should we plan on you be gone all next week? He said, I hope I'm back Wednesday. That's a very Dunaway-esque move there.
He'll be back by trash? Okay, good. Yeah.
That's a very Dunaway-esque move.
I still think it is a possibility that he will be out this week.
Yeah, could be. But, Nancy's got family in town. And you guys know we've all done this. Not yet Lunsford. I got Lunsford next in the old pool.
Well, considering everybody else has done it, I mean.
Yeah.
That's probably a safe bet.
Yeah.
Chance of the reversal for you.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was awkward when he said he had Lunsford next to the pool, and then he doubled down with that line.
Yeah.
He did double down.
Yes.
I mean, you may have the youngest roommate on the show. Is that true? Looking around, I don't know Laurel's age.
She's my age.
Yeah.
So yeah,
youngest roommate on the show. So
keep digging, Jimmy.
Yeah. Anyway, I know,
it's amazing, Lunsford. It's just incredible to watch it unfold sometimes too.
I forget what I was going to make the point. Lunsford, what was I even saying?
I have no idea.
I got
we
lost.
really don't.
Yeah.
I got lost. Anyway, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
When in doubt, do that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got a lot of them to do, Brown. Odie's is where LT will be back on Wednesday night with
Hey, it's
his young
a
girlfriend.
Birmingham institution. You're going to absolutely love that great food from Rodney Davis, the incredible lunches and dinners from the burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. They've got a fantastic patio. Enjoy some of this great spring weather out there with ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
I was saying, for those of us that have done it, you end up, the guys really don't do a whole lot. If you've got moms and sisters in town, you spend your time just sort of sitting over there watching SportsCenter or doing other things. Not a whole lot for you to do right now with breastfeeding and diaper changing and a lot of, moms and in-laws in town. I could see Rocky back on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a tough age, man. I mean, every guy's different. Most women are just, nurturing from day one, and they know exactly how to do it. But for me, the small stage was very awkward.
Me
and
too.
tough.
In fact, every time I held Harper, it was almost like I was the 6-year-old cousin who'd come to visit. I'd always have to sit down first in my chair or on the couch, and Maggie, I would do my arms.
Don't squeeze too hard.
And Maggie would set Harper in, and I would sit there and would never get up and move and walk around. Then I would hand her back, and then I would get up and move and
Now,
walk
did you
around.
guys get criticized for saying, I've got to babysit, like a buddy would call, hey, man, I can't. I've got to babysit tonight.
100%.
Yeah.
Maggie quickly pointed out to me, you're not babysitting. It's your baby.
But it always felt like you were babysitting.
It did.
I don't think I've ever said that. Yeah.
Yeah, I did 100%.
I think that's a good poll question.
And Maggie literally said that you're not babysitting when it's your kid.
Yeah, I heard that a lot.
And she was not going to give me money. I'm not paying you $20 when I come back from drinking wine with the girls. It's your kid. I'm just going to drink wine with the girls. Greg from Pell City, 6 of his 10 after the reversal.
Wow.
My goodness. Oh, he says they call them the reversibles.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that.
Unbelievable.
We got the 4 older kids of the reversibles. We're headed out.
You guys stay home with the reversibles.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
It's date night. We'll see if we extend the club.
Wow. Wow.
Go get them, Greg. 10 and counting. Never give up, Greg.
This break can't come soon enough.
Don't ever give up.
Oh, I'm looking at the clock. It's only 4 more minutes. Yeah.
All right. Congratulations to Rockstar, man. One more time. Let's see the picture.
Of Sean, go ahead. Say it.
It's Cord Patrick
Henniger.
I hate giving out the last name because he's going to have a credit card in Dubai by noon tomorrow. Beautiful baby. Congratulations. And much like Rockstar, covering his ears already.
It does not like to send all the beeps in the hospital.
I can't believe we don't have him like a Vulcan tire skull cap on.
Yes. Can we work on that?
On sponsorship, shouldn't we?
Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Before we see that picture again, see if we can Lunsford, you're good at that.
Yeah.
Put a sponsorship on that thing.
Yeah. I think we need a Photoshop. That would be funny. That would be fitting of our show. At least a TNR logo.
You know, what is the strangest thing that we've had? It was probably my vasectomy. We got that sponsored.
We did, yeah.
That was pre-us.
Yeah, but it was sponsored. Dave's Pub in Southside. I'm trying to think if anything has been stranger that we've had sponsored.
No, that's probably going to be it.
No. I'm 2 years away from my next colonoscopy. We can do that.
We could do that.
What kind of sponsor could we get for that?
Well, we actually had the Alabama Colon Institute last time, I think.
That's such an obvious one, though.
Yeah.
What about a septic tank clean out or something like that? Somebody comes clean your septic tank.
Could do that.
Yeah.
I was trying to think.
Boudreaux's butt paste.
It'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. Vulcan Tire would be good too, Kevin. Bumper to bumper with Vulcan Tire. That would work out really good. All right. Away from the discussion here, the Stallions win. They're now 2-0. They play the Breakers coming up this weekend, who's also 2-0. So those are the best teams. Elsewhere, we were talking before the show. Is it Tyrone Pigroom? Pigroom's first name?
Yep.
Was it Pinson High School? Clay.
I just blew
Clay.
Forrester and Lunsford, who follow college or high school football closer than anybody up here. Forrester from his days at 3340, and Lunsford still does a lot of work with us on high school football. I blew their minds when I told them what you brought up because you blew my mind before the show by bringing this up.
So go ahead and tell them.
Ty Pigroom is transferring. Well, first of all, don't bury the lead. Ty Pigroom still has college eligibility.
Class of 2016.
That is amazing. Class of 2016. You know his first game was Tom Herman's first game at Texas.
Bad loss for Tom Herman.
It was. It would start a spiral. Tom Herman never would pull that up, frankly. That was his first game. Think about how long that seems. That was the first game Ty Pigroom played.
And to what we're talking about, 2016, he helps them upset Texas, them being Maryland. And then he goes on, and now he's just finished a year at Ole Miss where he didn't get on the field. And because of a COVID year and injuries, and he applied and got an extra year of eligibility, he will be a seventh-year college football player coming up this year.
That's hard to believe.
When I brought this up, this would intrigue Lance probably. The other thing I mentioned, that class of 17, the top two quarterbacks in the state of Mississippi, Miles Brennan was one, who's fighting for a starting quarterback job at LSU right now. The second, Cam Akers, who just won a Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
After multiple years in the NFL.
How are those two guys the same age?
They're the same age and multiple years in the NFL and just won a Super Bowl.
How is that even
Cam
possible?
Akers.
He was quarterback in high school, switched to running back in college.
I mean, how are those guys the same age? Miles Brennan and Cam Akers. That doesn't make any sense at all.
This will be Cam Akers' third year in
I
the
know.
league.
He's already been productive in the NFL, and Miles Brennan's fighting for a starting job.
There's the sponsorship. Somebody screenshot that and send it to Rockstar with a congratulations that we sponsored everything. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations and new drivers coming every day. And also our poll questions brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. You can jump on our poll questions at nextroundlive.com. That includes, right now at nextroundlive.com, the best chance for a group of 5 team to beat an SEC team this year. You can go vote at Next Round Live. Leading the way, Memphis, upsetting Mississippi State. Memphis over Mississippi State. I think that happened last year. That's one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions right there at nextroundlive.com. Tell us about Cowan.
Dunaway, if you are looking right now, trying to find that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the next round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Top of the hour, halfway through the show, 124 days away from week 0 of the college football season, closing in fast, but a lot to do until we get to that kickoff again. SEC Media Days in Atlanta about halfway between now and then, but we're wrapping up some spring football with a conversation about who is going to be the next great coach out there. Our buddy Matt Hayes writes about that. We'll get to that after we do the headlines. Brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I was there yesterday, had that great big, thick chicken sandwich. Maggie went with the 2-piece platter there as we cruised down to watch our daughter play, do a little theater at the University of Montevallo. Easy dining experience right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Fabulous menu. Was Maggie's first time to go by there. She absolutely loved it. Was talking about the spicing, the brine maybe. She was trying to figure out the recipe Sterling uses to get the chicken to taste just the way it does. She loved it. I do too. You will as well. Check them out online, champyschicken.com. Those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken on a stick, and a lot more on that menu. It is champyschicken.com. In your headlines, Javon Quinterly is coming back to Alabama in basketball. The NBA playoffs is continuing tonight. Is it possible Boston really is going to sweep Brooklyn in this series? It's up 3-0 now, Game 4 tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, more emphasis has been, well, Kevin Durant has played really, really bad basketball, some of the worst he's ever played in the postseason, and then Ben Simmons not suiting up for the Nets. That's become like an internal, I think there is a lot of disrespect for that guy right now.
I wouldn't pay Ben Simmons a dime.
I know.
Wouldn't pay him a dime.
I mean, how would you describe his NBA career?
I mean, when he plays, he's good, but I mean,
what's the problem with that?
There seems like there's no personal commitment.
I know.
I mean, he goes 10 days, no pain from the back, and then shows up at the facility yesterday and starts to say he has pain.
But did we not call him? He was the kid at LSU. We said if he's supposed to be that good, how is that team not in the NCAA tournament?
Jim, they weren't even in the NIT.
One guy should be able to get you to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Especially a guy that's 6'10" and can do everything except shoot the three.
Yeah, they completely missed postseason. Completely.
Yeah. But with that said, I mean, the Celtics throughout the regular season were the best defensive team in basketball. Jason Tatum's playing out of his mind right now, and he's getting good support from Brown and Smart and other guys. So I think right now Boston is the much better team, and they're playing with a ton of confidence. So I think there's a good shot it ends tonight. Boston catching one, Game 4 in Brooklyn.
Pelicans won again, so that's an interesting series. But so's that Utah-Dallas tonight, 8:30 on TNT. That series tied 2-2, and Luka is back playing for Dallas, so that series has gotten interested. That's in the NBA. Ross Chastain won at Talladega. What a great philosophy he had yesterday. He stayed low, drove straight, and let everyone else mess up. And he just went on for the victory on that final lap there.
The watermelon guy.
Yeah,
that's a weird story, or a good, cool story, I guess.
He's a watermelon farmer.
Yeah, comes from a long line of watermelon farmers.
Honestly, I'd never heard of him until yesterday.
Well, he's done well on the Infinity Series. I had never seen him do anything on the Cup Series. Didn't know anything about the watermelon when they were bringing it out. I was like, what are they about to do? And then he went full Gallagher, stands up and he smashes it down onto the track, and then he eats it while he's being interviewed.
Are y'all a fan?
I love watermelon.
Yeah. Oh, I love watermelon.
It. Boy, in the middle of the summer, you get a good, juicy watermelon.
I like it, but it's not really convenient unless it's already cut.
Oh, no, it's a pain, and you can't really eat it on the fly. You got to sit down and eat it because it's juicy. You got stuff everywhere. Your hands get sticky.
Maggie cuts it up for us.
Really ripe watermelon is incredible.
But I have my buddy Johnny Orr has got farmland in South Georgia, and one of the farmers that leases his land plants watermelon. So we've had fresh picked from the field watermelon before. But it can get so hot and they can get so ripe that they just explode in the field.
Yeah?
Yeah, but they've got down there, if you guys have ever been around a watermelon farm, I mean, it produces so many watermelons. They've got, at least this farmer does, I assume it's in a lot of places, they take the top off a school bus and take the seats out. And so the people who are picking the watermelons, they basically pick and throw them up, and you've got throwers and catchers. So people are catching inside and stacking inside of a school bus, and it's running through the farm, and they're just throwing them up, catching them.
That's
how they haul them off the market. Yeah.
You know how difficult to work that would be?
It's probably
tossing the watermelon.
Yeah, I mean, what does a watermelon weigh?
Yeah, but bending over, grabbing it, tossing it, your back's probably shot at the end of the day.
And then having the pressure of catching.
Yeah.
A great question. Maxwell and others are asking, do you put salt on your watermelon?
My granddad, Jesse Lusk, used to do that, and as a kid, I thought it was the weirdest thing. I've never done it.
Oh, I like it.
I think my mother-in-law does it too.
God, for some reason, I think Maggie puts sugar on hers.
Oh, it doesn't need any more sugar. The one thing
somebody told me this past weekend, because somebody was doing it down at the beach, that salt makes it sweeter.
Salt makes the watermelon sweeter?
Yeah.
How about that?
I would not think so. I've never done it. I like it without salt.
I just like it plain.
I think watermelon's fantastic.
I've jammed a syringe in a watermelon before.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah. No, that's fun. Like, 4th of July parties, you've probably done that, hadn't you?
Pure grain alcohol?
Yeah, no, or you can fill it up with red malt vodka.
Yeah. Okay. I've had the hunch. I've never put it inside of a watermelon. I've had the hunch punch, and I assumed at some point there was a watermelon floating around in that dissolved.
Will says sugar on grapefruit. You sure sugar on grapefruit?
That may be it.
Maybe cut that bitterness a little bit.
Yeah, that may be what she does. All right, that's our headlines there. Ross Chastain, a winner there. More USFL coming up this weekend, including a doubleheader on Fox that includes our Stallions on Saturday night. Should be a whole lot of fun for that. I wanted to get to this story from Matt Hayes, and he writes, and we almost always have it in our morning rounds, 1st and 10 every Monday on Saturday Down South. His headline, Kirby Smart is the best coach in college football. How long can he keep that title? Now, first off, you have to agree that he has that title, and he's got unnamed SEC coach. Doesn't say head coach. It says unnamed, it just says an SEC coach. Quote, he put that flag in the ground last year. You better believe Nick is concerned, end quote there. And he starts off the story. You can have Nick Saban or Dabo Swinney. You can take Ryan Day or Lincoln Riley or any of the other elite coaches who fatten their wallets this offseason. Kirby Smart is the best coach in college football. That's right, Kirby Smart. And you can make a case that he should be two-time national champion Kirby Smart, but you have to say some of that is why he's not, is because of Kirby Smart.
Yeah. And he's not two-time. And look, and I think we all love Kirby. And look, he finally got his national championship. But when you really start to break this down, you cannot make the argument he's the best coach in college football. You can't do it. I mean, Brownie's been there for 6 years. He's won 1 SEC championship. He has been to 2 college football playoffs. He's won 1 national championship. But 5 of his 6 years, he's had multiple losses in those years.
So let me ask you the question. So if you just say, hey, he won last year's national championship, so right now, this moment in time, he's the best coach of college football. Do we do that with every national champion coach?
No.
I don't think we do.
No, I don't.
I mean,
you think Bill Self's the best coach in college basketball right now?
One of them.
He is one of them.
One of them,
Yeah,
but I'm not going to say absolute
absolute
slam dunk best. But so that's my point. We can't just do it. So you got to look at some sort of. You got to consider what criteria are we going to use. What picture are we going to use? Is it going to be full career? Is it going to be the last 5 years? Trajectory of the program.
Here's my criteria.
All right, go. If I said, Jim, identify the best coach right now in college football, give me your criteria.
Okay. To me, is if you had a 32-team league,
right,
with 32 identically prepared teams. They're the same quarterback, same running back, same offense. Every player is exactly the same. 32 teams that are exactly the same. Who would you want coaching that team from January to January?
Well, see, that answer may not even be Nick Saban or Kirby Smart.
Yeah, it's Nick Saban for me.
Well, I mean, part of Nick Saban's strength is
building that team.
He builds teams that separate them from the 32.
Right. Kirby's exact strength.
Yeah, it's Kirby's exact strength. One of Nick Saban's tremendous strengths is his ability to continually motivate those guys.
And that was my point, Bram, was that because I watched a little bit of Man in the Arena yesterday, the story with Tom Brady, and it was that Patriots team that won 3 or 4 Super Bowls. And he said there was a sense that last year when we went back-to-back that we just can't sustain this. You can't be at this level for a continued period of time without having to strip it down and rebuild it. And the whole time I was watching that, I was thinking to myself, that's Nick Saban's strength, the ability to – he gets a natural rebuild every year because there's 20 or 25 new players in every time. So you're able to have that ebb and flow in college to where you sort of can keep re-motivating, recreating it. but the sustainability of what Alabama's been able to do, of really what Bill Belichick was able to do for a long time too, is what is amazing about those coaches. So you're right that it probably isn't if you had 32 prepared teams, maybe there's better X's and O's.
I don't even know who that is. I would like to talk to some college people with your scenario right there, because then that becomes your best Saturday guy. Who's the guy that's best on Saturday? And obviously, Nick Saban and Kirby Smart are really good on Saturdays. You don't win as many games. I used to laugh at people that would say, and this became a real popular saying at some point early in Nick Saban's career.
And it still is.
I can't believe people say this. Nick Saban is not a great X's and O's coach, but he out-recruits you and all that. I'm like, please, you don't think Nick Saban's a good X's and O's coach?
He's got the best players.
Yeah, I mean, the guy,
that's part of his job.
The guy's won 7 national championships. He's the winningest active coach, and you don't think he's a good X's and O's guy. Really? You're going to say that one?
Yeah, I mean, look.
Is he the best in college football? Maybe not, but I'm going to say he's pretty good at it.
How different are the rosters from Clemson to Columbus to Tuscaloosa? I mean, to even College Station. You heard
comparable.
The comments to Rich Eisen today from Jimbo Fisher. We haven't been here where we've been lower in the 6th best recruiting class.
I would say rosters in Tuscaloosa and Columbus are very comparable, maybe slightly less in Clemson and College Station. I think they're a little bit behind.
But Georgia's
close.
right.
Georgia's is right there with Tuscaloosa and Columbus, no doubt. I don't know why I'm using city names, but they're right there with Alabama and Ohio State. Georgia is roster-wise, I think. Kirby has recruited that well.
But if you had outside of this article, if you had 15 more guys in college football that wrote who the best coach in college football is, nobody else can say Kirby, are they?
I mean, I just don't think you can make an argument he's definitely the best coach of college football. Was he last year? Well, he wasn't on the SEC championship game night, was he? Nick Saban outcoached him left and right there. Now, national championship game night, yeah, Kirby was the guy.
But to me, you have to. It is what you do in building your program. That's what it's all about, right? It's not just the play calling and all of that. You got to do all. You got to build a program. You got to recruit. You got to motivate them. You got to keep them motivated after winning a championship. You got to keep them motivated when they're 9-0. You got to pick them back up when they lose the game. And I just wonder. I wonder what Kirby will look like after now they've reached the mountaintop, and that it becomes a challenge to do it. To do it again, not necessarily this year, but do it again in the next couple of years.
Well, see, it's even hard for me to rank outside of Saban being one right now, because last year was an interesting year because Kirby did finally win his first one.
But didn't we say last year may have been Saban's best coaching year?
Yeah, possibly. But, Dabo, just based on national championships, should be in front of Kirby. I'm not sure he is based on last year. Ryan Day's never won one. Lincoln Riley's never won one.
But
Brian Kelly's never won
coaches,
one. Yeah, so, I mean, it's difficult to do even a top 5. I mean, those guys are all right there in the mix, but I know who number 1 is. It's Nick Saban.
But even still, I guess is Matt's point. He thinks it's Kirby Smart now. How long will he keep it? Do you think?
Yeah.
If Kirby, I said this because you asked the question, I think a couple of weeks ago, when does Georgia finally pass Alabama? And I said if they win an SEC championship and another national championship this year, you can say they passed.
Here's the thing. We're not going to know the moment Kirby Smart has passed Nick Saban. We're going to know that in retrospect. We're going to look back and say, oh, that was the moment. Hey, and maybe it was in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it could have been.
It could have been. I don't think it was, because I think Alabama's going to be really good again this year, probably better than Georgia. So I don't think it was in Indianapolis. But, Jim, I think there'll be a day where we're doing a show like this, and we'll say, where was it you guys think that Kirby actually passed Nick Saban? And we'll be able to identify it, I think. But I don't think you're going to know it in real time. I mean, keep in mind, Gus Malzahn passed Nick Saban in the kick 6 game, right? A lot of people said that. Colin Cowherd, the primary one.
Right.
Gus Malzahn's the new way of doing it. Saban's the old way of doing it. Alabama's in trouble. Auburn has passed him. Gus Malzahn has passed. How did that work out?
Yeah. Nick Saban's been passed a lot.
Yeah. It looked like the end of the era when Ole Miss was beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Hugh Freeze is now the coach at Liberty. Gus Malzahn is now the coach at Central Florida.
I think Cowherd said that too.
Yeah. Well, a lot of Dan Wolken was the primary one that said it. So I'm just saying, Nick Saban, the dynasty has. We've put a lot of people have put a tombstone on that dynasty a number of times, and it's still alive.
Well, and there was a time Urban Meyer, early on.
I was
in
about
Florida.
to use him, yeah.
And then again in 2015.
Yep. That when they beat them in 14 and went on to win the championship, Urban's about to run off a bunch of championships.
Yeah.
They haven't won it since, have they?
Nope. Ryan Day has been really good, but they haven't won it.
But I mean, you can say that that Dabo is being written off right now.
I think he is, yeah. Again, I don't think it's over for Dabo, but I think, obviously, if Dabo never gets back to that level again, you'll look back and say, okay, where did it end for Dabo? We'll go back to last year. We'll say, once
Trevor
Lawrence, thank you. I can say his name. Once Trevor Lawrence left the program, they never recovered from that.
It just seemed like they were, although they were a 10-win team last year, it seemed like they were a long way off.
Yeah. Now, I don't, for the record, think it is over for Dabo. But I'm saying that is an obvious sign that one day we could look back and say it is. I just don't think you know these things in real time.
Yeah. Dabo, I mean, it does look like it's over finally for Urban Meyer, who's going to be back with Fox.
I would agree with that, yeah.
It's hard to imagine him coming back and coaching, though you never say never. And you just wonder if Brian Kelly is just getting to a new chapter of what he's going to be at the end of his career now. Because this could very much be the chapter that we put Brian Kelly into this conversation, that he is one of the best, if not the best coach in college
he's
football.
finally got a better job.
Yep.
It's a more difficult job, but it's a better job.
Yeah, everybody's grandfather just rolled over in their grave when you said he finally got a better job.
Lance is right.
He's right.
No,
I'm just saying.
Lincoln Riley, one of the other, elite coaches that we're talking about, I don't know if it's a better job than Oklahoma.
Well, USC?
It can be, but is it right now?
Well, I think historically it has been, but we're not playing in the history books. We're playing, on grass.
I think you can recruit an athlete that is making others champions. If you can keep them at home in Southern California, you can recruit a skill set of players that can make you the best program in the country. Absolutely, at USC. And I'm at Oklahoma. I felt like you were having to go farm somewhere else. You were having to go to Texas and be successful, and to Florida and be successful. He doesn't have to go far to recruit at USC.
But still, I think we know what Brian Kelly was able to do. I still think there's some doubt with Lincoln Riley because Bob Stoops was doing this before.
Well, my only issue with Lincoln Riley was he never had the commitment to defense that he needed to have. And I know he hired Alex Grinch, but they still never got to that defensive level that you have to be. He wasn't a balanced team.
And his worst year was our final year we saw him.
Yeah, and Lincoln Riley is a really good offensive coach, but you've got to be more balanced than that to win a national championship. And he just never found that balance.
A little bit more on this in just a second, but first, LT's going to tell us about the great folks at Bromberg's Mother's Day time, and Bromberg's is a great name to know.
Yeah, it's coming up in just a couple of weeks here, and if you're looking for a special Mother's Day present, of course, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, family-owned and operated since 1836. They have established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, so if you want to go read the whole story from Matt Hayes there and his thoughts on Kirby Smart, where he is, what Nick Saban can do, Dabo, others to be considered right now the best coach in college football. And again, you need to read the whole story to get what Matt is saying there. Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South. Always a good read there. Bruce Feldman coming up at the top of the hour. He will be back with us to talk USC football and the beat that everyone's hearing out in Los Angeles after a great weekend for USC Trojan football. That's coming up. I wanted to get to this before we hit the break. A couple of college football notes out there. Texas, they had their spring game over the weekend. 2 more big recruits, including a wide receiver in Ryan Niblett and a running back in Trey Reisner, both 4-star guys, both ESPN 300 guys. Sark is recruiting well. We've seen people recruit well at Texas and not succeed. A couple more Texas kids here. Do you feel Texas has momentum right now?
I mean, they've got momentum. I mean, with viewers coming into the program, let's just see how this thing plays out. I mean, I think, year 2 should never be massive for someone, but I think it is for Sark.
Well, I mean, we have done the Texas's back. We, being a collective college football fandom, has done the Texas's back so many times it's become a joke now. So I am going to be hesitant. I just don't have a ton of faith that Steve Sarkisian can get them to a championship level. I think Steve Sarkisian is a really good offensive coordinator.
You guys weren't here on Friday, but one of the great promotions that took us back to 1980s radio happened Friday. Eli Drinkwitz announced that he was giving away free gas for 90 minutes. You had to listen to Rock 104.7 in St. Louis to find out what gas station Eli would be pumping gas at. that afternoon from 1:30 to 3 o'clock for 90 minutes. Eli went out and pumped gas on Friday and gave away $10,000 of free gas in 90 minutes.
I'll tell you, a better segment would be somebody in Tuscaloosa going to Nick Saban with that idea.
Yeah.
Coach, I want to put you an idea here.
Well, we joked about what would the line.
Hidden camera is what you would need for that.
Oh, you're talking about not even having Nick pump gas.
No.
Yeah.
I just want the pitch. I just want to try to convince Nick Saban to do
Pitch
this.
to a few different coaches.
Yeah.
But as I said, that's what Nick used to do for his dad. I think he would almost embrace it.
Oh, I didn't think of that angle. Yeah.
I mean, when he was in his teens, he worked in a gas station. And it was full service. He pumped the gas.
Yeah. What do you think the line was, though, for free gas? And I guess they cut it off.
They did, because they only did $10,000. That doesn't seem like a lot in 90 minutes.
Well, you're probably looking at, $75, $80 a tank.
Yeah.
So you can do the math there to see how many cars they churned through in 90 minutes.
Yeah, I looked at it. I kept looking. I kept looking for that aerial to make it look like gas lines of the 70s, and I never got to see that. Saw some video of him pumping it out there on the Missouri site. You can go check it out. But I brought up the fact that Saban has a history of pumping gas. It would be a fun promotion around here. I just don't think we have a gas station big enough.
It would be
all due respect to Buc-ee's. No, all due respect. I don't think it's big enough. If you're telling me Nick Saban's going to pump my gas, I don't think we have a place big enough.
There's like 700 pumps. Which one's he using? I want Coach Saban's. I got Pete Golding's pump.
Can you imagine?
You want him to hit the gas
chaos
tank.
at Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's is already chaotic
It's already
enough.
chaos. Yeah.
But if Saban showed up to pump gas.
Bill O'Brien would trade your nozzle away for a third-round pick.
Pete Golden put diesel in my car.
All right, we're back with Trash on the other side, and congratulations again to Rocky and his wife. They have delivered a healthy baby boy this morning, and we've got a new member of the Next Round family. Congratulations to them. We're back in a moment. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. If you're looking for that can right there, if you see that can, you know you found what you're looking for. It's Bud Light Next, brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories, just 4% of the ALC volume alcohol right there. So it'll get you where you want to go. Drink responsibly by the pool, by the lake, at the beach, on the golf course. It's Bud Light Next. We're back in a moment.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
From KSDK, that video will be like Drinkwitz pumping gas in the commercial break. If you're watching on our video streams, Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and such. One thing that dawned on me quickly, he's pumping in St. Louis. Columbia is about, 40 minutes away? And I'm not sure everybody there knew who the hell Eli Drinkwitz was.
That's what they're saying right now. I don't know who this dude is.
But I appreciate the gas.
This accountant-looking guy who's giving away free gas.
Yeah. I know it's tax season. I appreciate the CPAs out here pumping.
Yeah, I'm going to go to what football game? No, I'm not going to a Missouri football game, but I'll take the gas. Thank you.
Now, if St. Louis Cardinals are out there pumping it,
yeah, be good.
We'll shut the joint down.
If Molina was there, I mean, he's a god. I mean, how long has he been a catcher? I mean, he's almost Pigroom-like as far as his career.
Tyrell Pigroom, he's called Logan
Pujols is back. Pujols will be your guy.
Yeah. All right, we're about to get to trash, but first I want to tell you about the Regions Tradition, which is coming back out to Greystone.
The old lawn party, legendary champions, golf greats at the Regions Tradition at Greystone, May 11 through 15. The likes of Retief Goosen, Ernie Els, Jim Furyk, and more fighting for another chance to make history. The Regions Tradition, celebrating 30 years of tradition, $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today, regionstradition.com.
All right. As we've been talking about, it's been a fun time with the USFL for a couple of Birmingham Stallion games. They'll keep rolling on this weekend. Legion FC, a winner on the road, 2-1 at Loudon yesterday. So they get another win. Everybody Wins Wednesdays come back this Wednesday, 7 o'clock down at Protective. BHMLegion.com. That includes $4 beers and a lot more fun and a 3-game mini pack if you want to get 3 Wednesday night games. But Wednesday night soccer in town. And man, we got Garth Brooks coming in concert down there pretty soon. That Protective Stadium is hosting a lot of things right now. We're glad to host LT back with Trash. Had Tony Curry read Trash on Friday. Now LT is back, and it's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Time to hit the big button.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Have you guys kept up or heard anything from, at Lunsford, you included, this Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Oh, I saw a supercut of some of the testimony. Depp.
Even my 17-year-old son brought it up to me.
I just can't believe some of the things that are in these texts.
Well, one of them was an audio clip where I think she videotaped him and he was threatening to commit suicide, and she told him that that knife's not sharp enough and handed him a different knife.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a bad marriage.
So bizarre.
Yeah. Now, but what I saw was some of his testimony when her attorney was questioning him, and he was hilarious. Like, he was...
Oh, he's been hilarious the entire time. I mean, it's the kind of thing you don't want to joke about.
No. But
every single response he's made has had the entire court just die.
Yeah,
he was joking about her crap in the bed. Did you see that?
Yes. It's
I mean,
it's been pretty nasty.
It is next level stuff. She blamed it on the dogs.
But he was
like, my dogs are 4 pounds.
You know how volatile a relationship is if I'm sitting there threatening to cut my throat with a knife and she goes, that's not sharp enough. No, here, take this one. I'm like, geez.
How many kids are involved there? Because that's the sad thing. These kids, they have kids?
I don't know.
I don't know if they do or not.
Boy, if they do, though, those kids will be seeing this video forever. It's gonna mess you up.
One thing I don't do is pay a lot of attention to Hollywood couples.
I don't either. I've
always thought he was an extremely weird dude, and now it's gone to another level.
He's a super weird guy. And I know Johnny Depp. Obviously, he's a big Dolphins fan, part owner of the team at one point, and I know Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know who she is. Who is Amber Heard?
She's an actress too. Her most notable thing lately has been Aquaman. She stars alongside Jason Momoa in that, but
he's the bigger of the two, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But didn't she at one point? Was she not Sports Illustrated at one point? No.
So
Amber
she's
Heard?
Model turned actress. You think?
Yeah, I would say she's model.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know if you have some of these clips. Lunch for the first one. Do you have the guy jumping out of the plane? I mean, I've got to see this video at some point, though. So a YouTuber who parachuted from a small airplane over California mountains last year after claiming he had engine trouble, he purposely caused the aircraft to crash so he could record it. The FAA has said no.
Oh.
So he bails out, camera rolling, obviously. Yep. Plane crashes. He gets video of that, and they're saying this is all on purpose, just for the likes.
The April 11th letter to Trevor Jacobs said Jacobs' private pilot certificate or license has been revoked. They went on to say, quote, on November 24th, 2021, you demonstrated a lack of care, judgment, and responsibility by choosing to jump out of an aircraft solely so you could record the footage of the crash. Now, the Taylorcraft BL-65 single-engine plane left Lompoc in Santa Barbara County that day and crashed in the Los Padres National Forest. Now, the video is titled, I Crashed My Plane. It was posted December 23rd on Jacob's YouTube channel. Questions about whether the crash was intentional were raised and cited in media reports and aviation websites. In it, Jacob, the pilot and sole occupant, is flying the single-engine plane. When the video appears to show the propeller stop spinning, Jacob makes comments, several of which are bleeped out, including one about the engines being out. He then opens the door, jumps from the plane, recording himself falling using a parachute. Cameras attached to the now empty aircraft show it crashing into the mountains.
Oh, Lunsford does have the video. It's going to take a minute to get to the crash.
Well, I mean, we're calling that plane a plane loosely.
Yeah. I mean, it flies, right?
I mean, I've had paper airplanes that were built stronger than that thing.
Okay, give me the money amount it would take for you to fly up there and then parachute out.
I wouldn't stand on it, on the ground.
I just wonder what this thing does when it hits a mountain.
Well, you're about to find out, my friend.
Now, what if I'm hiking right there?
Boom! Well, I mean, it's your time to go if you're hiking right there, Joe. If you're hiking right at the place that
would
plane
be
crashes.
Dunaway, though. Yeah, Dunaway's taking a picnic basket up there.
Yeah. I just want to get away.
What is that? Yeah, like the footage isn't as good as I thought it would be.
I thought it was going to be the plane crashing below him as he parachuted out.
He landed some deep brush.
Boy, he did. Well, how many views does it have, Lunsford? Oh, he's got a lot of subscribers, 135,000. I wish his punishment we'd get his subscribers.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet of the 6,160 comments there, I wonder how many people call him
an idiot.
In other words.
Yeah, 2.2 million views. Wow.
While on felony release for 3 separate cases, a man by the name of Jerry Anus was allegedly in possession of methamphetamine.
Where'd he put it?
Now, Anus was charged in Superior Court after...
It's also known as Jerry Anus, A-N-I-S, not A-N-U-S. I mean, just change it to Phillips or something.
By the way, barely above 5 feet tall as I look at the Department of Corrections.
Yeah, he's about 5'6". Now, Anus was charged after officers followed a car that had veered to the right with his headlights turned off, according to documents. The officer then confirmed the license plate on the car belonged to a different vehicle before making a pullover. Anus first identified himself as Harry Anus, but later gave his real name to the officer after not having a driver's license. Further research revealed that Anus had an outstanding bench warrant for 2 2018 felony cases and 1 2019 felony case.
Okay, can I ask a question? I mean, he is 5'6", as you look at the thing there. Is it normal for your ears to be 6 inches lower than your top of your head? I mean,
they do appear to be a little low.
Cranium. That seems to be a lot of brain space for that guy there.
How is your last name Anus? How do you not change that over the years?
I don't know.
What do you call that area from the top of his ears to the top of his head?
I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, Olivia Wilde changed her name, right?
Yeah. I mean, if my last name is Anus, A-N-U-S, I am 100% changing it. The minute I get legal age to change my name, I am 100% doing it. I'll go to Smith, Phillips, Brown, whatever. It ain't going to be Anus.
Olivia Wilde was Olivia Cockburn.
Yeah.
Again, if my name is Cockburn, I am changing it the minute I get. Yeah.
By the way, Brown, the answer is taint his ears, taint the top of his head.
So, this is going to be important news for you guys.
I just wanted to finish the
joke.
That
was good, too. I'm glad you did.
The Tony Awards have introduced a new policy on how it will handle potential violence during the live show weeks after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars. Because this happens a lot, right?
Do we have a lot of people going to fist at the Tonys? I don't watch those.
In the FAQ portion of the letter obtained by The Hollywood Reporter and sent by Tony Awards Productions to possible ticket buyers for the 75th annual show, producers revealed how they plan to handle an individual in the event that they are a, quote, perpetrator in a violent incident during the ceremony. The letter reads, quote, the Tony Awards have a strict no violence policy. In the event of an incident, the perpetrator will be removed from the event immediately. Now, the show's new protocol was included among several other standard policies addressing a range of ceremony and gala-related topics, including dress code, seating, vaccination requirements for the New York event. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to keep up my tradition of not watching the Tony Awards.
You don't have to tell me if there's a fight. Yeah.
But if this year at the Academy Awards, if somebody had thrown up because of a stomach virus, would we have new rules that there would be barf bags at the table or something? I mean, we're overreacting to one incident.
Right, that is, to my knowledge, never happened before. Though, you want to talk about hyperbole in a headline, one of the news alerts I got on my phone yesterday from Apple News was how Chris Rock saved Hollywood in his reaction to Will Smith. And I'm like, no. Let's probably tap the brakes on that one.
What was his reaction? You mean
that he didn't punch him back or whatever and started an all-out brawl?
My alert yesterday was what Chris Rock's mom said about it. I was like,
why are we still doing this? How many weeks ago was that?
I care less. One man punched another man.
Let's get past it.
Okay, a driver left the BC Mountie so speechless earlier this month, the police agency tweeted a photo of the vehicle with no comment. Do you have a photo of this? Look at that.
That was actual. Over. That was on the road.
Now, the photo posted Wednesday morning shows small flatbed truck with no passenger side door, no seat belts. Back of the vehicle also appears to be open with the seats exposed. Now, the Highway Patrol told CTV News Vancouver in the statement the driver was stopped on April 14th, making the situation even more risky. Driver was on his way to pick up his kid from school in that.
He was picking up his kid?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, if you want to be an idiot and ride in it, that's one thing. But if you're going to put a kid in that?
That's worse than the melted down rental in planes, trains, and automobiles. Yeah. Now, Mountie said the vehicle was, quote, removed from the road permanently. As well, the driver was handed several tickets, including not having insurance, defective vehicle for operating a vehicle without seatbelts, and failing to produce a driver's license.
I mean, is that trash piled up in the front right
floorboard?
Seriously. I don't even think there's a second seat in it. for a kid.
Yeah.
Try to
What
pick
is
somebody
that
up.
bar like towards the middle going up top?
That's where you put your CB antenna.
Well, maybe you just hold on to that instead of the
That's the
seatbelt.
roll cage for it.
Yeah. Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, that is. You're right. When the drivers are driving around the track on the dirt track, wherever they are, the driver holds onto that as he's
Second plug in a day. What does Vulcan Tire do if you roll that thing in and say, I need bumper to bumper?
Yeah, best of luck to you, sir.
Yeah, I'll need bumpers first, sir.
Yes.
Okay, are you bad at flirting?
Jim?
Why'd you look at me?
I just was looking around the whole table.
Yeah.
Scientists have revealed the most off-putting tactics.
I'm pretty bad at it.
Now, while many people are naturals at flirting, others struggle when it comes to chatting up potential dates. Now, scientists from the University of Nicosia in Cyprus have revealed the 11 most off-putting flirting tactics, which are, quote, deal breakers for many people. The first, slimy approach.
Slimy?
Hey, did you just fall from heaven?
Bad hygiene is number 2.
I would agree. I think that's probably a bad idea.
Lack of exclusive interest. Different views, vulgar vocabulary, lack of intelligence, narcissism, lack of humor and self-esteem, excessive intimacy, poor looks, and stinginess.
You don't have all those, Jim.
I guarantee you poor looks ranks a little higher than 11th on most people's list. If you're not hitting it in the looks department, you probably don't get to the other
I think that's
10.
probably deal number 1, right?
Yeah. I was a slow play flirter. I mean, it was like 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th time we hung out. Finally, you were like, does he want to go out with me? He keeps flirting with me. Slow play for me. It's always the best way to go.
Did you just say, does he want to get... Oh, that's what they were saying about you.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
That is Trash Today, brought to you, but either way. Trash is brought to you by what? Mortgage Right.
That's it, yes. We all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right, ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts, always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I'll ask these guys which group of 5 team most likely to beat an SEC team this year. It's a story we talked about last week. Give these guys a chance to comment on that. And we'll continue to talk college football with Bruce Feldman at the top of the hour, still to come right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Region's Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Sterling and his crew down there. Whether you're eating solo today or you got your travel team out on a van or a bus, you can swing by on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew will take care of you, lunch and dinner. We use the easy pickup window around the corner. We ordered ahead right there at champyschicken.com, swung by there, and then took our food to go. You can do that. You can go inside, enjoy the great air conditioning and the great service you get inside. Home for your brews, blues, and bird. It is champyschicken.com. Chicken on a stick and a lot of great other items there at champyschicken.com. And anytime you talk Group of Five beating the Power Five, the name Appalachian State comes up. Interesting name that Appalachian State plays this year, September 10th, Texas A&M.
And that falls right after Miami, or right? Where is that in relation to the Miami game?
I think you're the schedule guy, but I think it's after the opener, Miami. It's September 10th, and then before another pretty good game with them, I think.
Yeah, I'll take a look. So you're calling?
No, not me. That's a potential Group of Five over an SEC that Connor O'Gara and the Saturday Down South folks put together. That's one of the six.
It's the week before Miami. So they play Sam Houston, Appy State, Miami, Arkansas.
Yeah, Sam Houston may be a better team than Appalachian State. I don't know if you follow FCS. Northern Illinois gets 2 shots at the SEC this year in Vandy and Kentucky.
I mean,
occasionally Northern Illinois is good.
I don't see Kentucky. I can see Vandy, though.
Week 0 game, I believe, Hawaii hosting Vanderbilt.
It's a weird matchup.
It is. But, I mean, I know Vandy is horrible in the SEC, but it's a new coach, Timmy Chang at Hawaii. Hard to imagine he's got all his ducks in a row, but what a big win it would be for him to start with. Now, these others I find interesting, and some of these will not be considered upset. But we know what Georgia State almost did to Auburn last year, and we know what they did to Tennessee. Georgia State and South Carolina, September the 3rd. Georgia State's one of those programs that gets better talent than you think they would get. They are they're not Georgia Southern of what Georgia Southern used to be, but Georgia State can bite you. Interesting game for South Carolina there.
It is. I mean, if South Carolina, I think they're going to be really good. I think they're going to be good offensively, but you're right. That's the type of game you would overlook, and you're not good enough to overlook one of those. They're going to be a better team.
Well, they
better
lost,
roster anyway.
You know, they started the season 1-4, and their losses were Army, North Carolina, Auburn, everybody remembers that game, and Appalachian State. Their only other loss the rest of the year was a 4-point loss to Louisiana. We know how good they were.
Yeah.
So Appalachian State, at 8-5 last year was pretty good. Georgia State at 8-5 was a pretty good team last year.
Yeah, so they played a lot of teams as good or better than South Carolina, pretty tight. Cincinnati and Arkansas, we've talked many times about who'll be the favorite in that game. It's going to be pretty close to pick 'em, right?
I think Arkansas will be favored.
Yeah, so Cincinnati could beat Arkansas. That would be technically an upset. And then Memphis and Mississippi State. Every time we bring this game up, it was Memphis who beat Mississippi State recently.
Controversial last year. That was a controversial game last year at the Liberty Bowl. But Memphis did win that game. Don't see that happening again this year. I don't think you're going to beat them twice in a row.
So that's a little look ahead to some college football. As we approach the top of the hour, we'll talk to USC about USC football with Bruce Feldman and a lot more. I wanted to bring up the fact that do you buy, either one of you, buy Jay Wright, him stepping down when he did to go to the NBA and to the LA Lakers? Because that has become a big talking point since Jay Wright stepped down, that maybe his next coaching job is the famed Los Angeles Lakers.
I don't know why you would want anything to do with that lineup right now. I mean, that roster is it's a complete mess.
Yeah. Why would you want to go be the Lakers coach? Why would you leave Villanova for that? Unless you've just always wanted to coach the Lakers, and this is like, hey, I'm 60. They've just fired Frank Vogel. The next guy they hire is at least probably going to get a couple seasons. But I don't know why, if you're Jay Wright, you would want any part of that.
I mean, you would get LeBron, AD, and then a rebuilt roster, right?
Yeah, I mean, AD would be the only thing that would be appealing. I think Carmelo's probably done this year. Russell Westbrook's still there under contract.
But you probably cut everybody else loose, right? If you're going to hire Jay Wright and let him sort of help build the roster.
I mean, LeBron's always been the guy that builds the roster, though.
Yeah, and Rob Pelinka, I don't know, man. I think that whole situation's a mess.
This seems like among the worst times ever to take the Lakers job.
And where are you hearing this?
There was just the buzz around the NBA over the weekend. People were talking that Jay Wright to the Lakers, Jay Wright possibly to the Lakers, that he'd have interest. What we were talking about was Matt Hayes' story on Kirby Smart as one of the best, if not the best, in college football. Todd's over in Oxford. Before we get to Bruce Feldman out in L.A., what's up, Todd?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Todd.
I got a couple of things. The first thing was the Kirby Smart thing. If you're going to use that kind of logic, crowning him as the best coach in college football after one SEC championship and one national championship, I guess you'd have to say that Gene Chizik was the best coach in college football at one time, and so was Coach O.
Well, that was my question. Do you, just because you win it, are you the best coach that year? I don't think anybody would say that.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing I want to talk to you guys about is all the mess that Brian Harsin went through earlier this year, losing the games and then playing really well against Alabama. He was just doing what every Auburn coach has to do. And Tommy Tubigear started this back in his day. He would take time away from each week's practice. Each practice, he would take time away to run plays against Alabama, practicing for Alabama. So he was taking prep time away from that week's opponent for a win, a possible win against Alabama. So he was willing to sacrifice 2 or 3 losses along the way if he could get that win against Alabama. Gus was the same way. He lost 4 games a year because he was taking practice time away from that week's opponent for Alabama. That's what Harsin did. And I think that was something started by Pat Dye back in the time where you really didn't have any limits on your practice time. And now that you do have limits on your practice time, it's translating in losses to other teams just so you can try to get the win against Alabama. Same Texas A&M. They lost to South Carolina and Mississippi State and beat Alabama.
One of the things I learned from Barrett Jones, who is a really, really smart football guy, is that one of the greatest misconceptions that media and fans make is that it takes longer than 1 week to prepare for a game.
Everything else is redundant.
Everything else is redundant at that point. You can do absolutely everything you need to prepare for a game in 1 week's time.
I've always thought 10 days is really a good length.
Barrett played. I'm going to go with him over you, but he's taught us that on this show. Like, if you get over a week in prep time, you've lost your team a lot of ways. It really doesn't take more than a week.
A lot of prep time for USC spring game. Good crowd, 30,000. Bruce Feldman out there in Los Angeles will talk to us about the Trojans. The show brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. Get ready to put a cap on that gutter at your new house, or if you're selling your house, make that house more valuable.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, you need to call our good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. It's back with a lifetime warranty. They've got a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listener and viewer. Call today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Chris Mortensen, Josh Pate, Aaron Suttles on transfer portal success for Alabama. That and a lot more on demand at the next round. NextRoundLive.com, the website. Champions Boxing bringing you part of this hour. Champions Boxing right at the intersection of 119 and 119 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. That'll help you reach your fitness goals this summer. You call this number 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or just stop by and check them out. 7 and up, ages 7 and up. This isn't a fight club. This is mental and physical training there. Over 20 years of experience from trained USA boxing certified trainers there, especially if you're a football player, basketball, baseball player, you're looking for a different way to train out of season there. This is perfect for you right there. Check them out on Facebook as well, Champions Boxing AL.
Bruce Feldman is with us now, New York Times bestseller. He is also with The Athletic and Fox Sports at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Bruce. How are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. Good to be on with you.
Yeah, it's always fun to talk with you. We're going to get to some college football, the USC spring game, but you've also done some really good work on the NFL draft, and you do this every year where you talk to some of these guys. Some of these are NFL coaches that you've talked to for The Athletic, and I don't know if it was entirely representative, but I saw a tweet you sent earlier where talking to different NFL coaches about the draft and the wide receiver position, which is really deep this year, and they all, to a man, seem to rave about Jameson Williams.
Yeah, it surprised me a little. Not that obviously he didn't have a great year, but you have the 2 guys at Ohio State who are very talented and super productive and what people have described as very high floor guys. You have Drake London, who's a big receiver who makes a ton of plays. You have Trey Burks, who plays in a different kind of system, but everybody loves his athleticism and his toughness. But Jameson Williams, one of the coaches I talked to, and for this piece that went up today on The Athletic, it was all from NFL position coaches as well as NFL personnel people. And when they talk about his explosiveness, and they are talking, it's rare to hear somebody evoke the name Tyreek Hill when you're talking about just a dynamic, explosive athlete. That was what how they view him, that he is that special. The other thing that was really high praise, an NFL scout I talked to said the player he reminds me of in terms of competitiveness, and when he said competitiveness, he goes, I'm talking about what I'm seeing when we go to practice on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday, was Michael Thomas at Ohio State. He goes, Michael Thomas raised the level of everybody at practice when he was at Ohio State. And Michael Thomas obviously had a terrific NFL career. He's not the same kind of athlete. He's a bigger receiver, certainly nowhere near as fast. But when you're talking about that kind of intangible with Jameson Williams, I think people who probably are saying he's just a speed guy, like he's just a deep ball guy, are really maybe missing the boat on him.
And Bruce, 7 receivers could possibly go in this first round. And you look at Christian Watson, he's a guy from North Dakota State, so not a lot of people have seen him play, but he's big, he can fly. What are you hearing about him?
Yeah, I mean, size, speed guy from North Dakota State really stands out. There was a little hesitation from one of the coaches I talked to. He was like, there's some stuff there where, like, why does he not catch this ball? It bounces off his face mask. Or, there's different parts where it's like, hey, he has a ton of athleticism, and you can get better catching the ball. And this particular coach talked about one of their own players who's a bigger receiver who struggled and said just really wasn't natural catching it. And said, in this particular example, said he went a year without dropping a pass in games. So he said it can be improved, but he's going to have to work on it. And that's the part where it's a little different. And also, that's good football in the Missouri Valley. It's by far the best FCS league. You've had a ton of really good players come out of there. But for a receiver going up against some of the defensive backs there, it's certainly not like he's a receiver in the SEC going up against the secondary people you would at that level. So that's a little bit of a hesitation as well.
Bruce, have you talked to anybody that likes this quarterback class at all?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of guys who basically people feel like have second-round grades, and everybody has some kind of flaw. People love Kenny Pickett's intangibles. They think he's really smart. They think he's a good leader. He's a pretty good athlete. But his hand size is so small that a couple of the quarterback coaches I talked to go, it's not like it's 9+ where it's small where Joe Burrow's was. It's outside of Michael Vick. There has not been a quarterback drafted high who has had hands this small, and he said it does matter in weather. He had 38 fumbles at Pitt. That's a big number. Granted, he played a long career there, but cold weather, you talk to NFL coaches, they said that is a concern. You get to a guy like Malik Willis, obviously started his career out at Auburn, huge arm, good athlete, comes from a very college-heavy system that Hugh Freeze does with RPOs. They worry a little bit about the mistakes he's made, turnovers. Matt Corral, there's some off-the-field issues. There's some concerns about will he hold up. He's tough as can be, but he is not a big guy, and if he's going to try to take on linebackers, even though he was in the SEC, the NFL is a different animal. So all these guys, Desmond Ridder, there's serious concerns about is he accurate enough to be a really good NFL quarterback. So it's to let the buyer beware. This is probably not the year if you need a quarterback in the first round to be trying to pull one out of there.
It's great. Bruce Feldman is with us. Fox Sports, The Athletic, at Bruce Feldman CFP. Go read his, subscribe and read his articles, not just about college football, but about this draft as well. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Every time, though, we have this conversation about Kenny Pickett's hands. And look, I get it. I mean, there's a reason, I guess, a quarterback hasn't done this since Michael Vick. I also go to the fact that with the 16th pick one year, Buffalo drafted E.J. Manuel out of Florida State, in large part because he had big hands, and there's a lot of crappy weather in Buffalo. So I don't know, Bruce, and I don't know if Kenny Pickett makes it or busts it in the NFL. I have no clue. The NFL doesn't know. They can't get it right most of the time. It's just amazing to me how they have these criteria. They have these windows these players have to fit in when it's been proven time and time again. Just because they fit in those windows doesn't make it work.
Yeah, no, you're right. Look, I worked on this QB book. I sat in while Johnny Manziel was getting ready for the draft in San Diego. And also in the room with us was Logan Thomas from Virginia Tech. Logan Thomas's hands, he could probably lift up a suitcase with his pinky and his thumb. I mean, he has enormous hands. He could throw the ball through the wall. He's playing tight end in the NFL now, though, and he's pretty good at that. So it's just, I think they are, the college guys get it wrong a lot. The NFL guys who have more invested in it, they get it wrong a lot. It is not an exact science at all. It's going to be interesting. I think Kenny Pickett will probably be a pretty good NFL quarterback. The question is, if he is Andy Dalton, is that, are you taking an Andy Dalton-like career in the top 10? Probably not. Are you taking it number 20 if you're the Steelers? Maybe. I don't know. So it's just like, it's a crapshoot, for lack of a better term.
Hey, shifting to some of these spring games, Bruce, starting with USC, watching that yesterday, outside of them having a semblance of a crowd, they said 33,000 plus, maybe not that many, but much bigger than a typical spring game at USC. It also looked like they had cut the grass and maybe pressure washed the Coliseum. It looked a lot nicer on TV for whatever reason.
You know what? It has gotten nicer in the last, if you haven't been out to USC in the last, 3 or 4 years, and honestly, if you're a football fan, you probably didn't have reason to be. They have upgraded the facility significantly. And I think Lincoln Riley was a terrific hire for USC when they pulled that off. And there's been a lot of positive signs. That program has been in the ditch for a while. Thankfully for USC fans, through the portal, you can get better faster. They are going to be very active. They already have been, and they're going to continue to be. Caleb Williams is really good. Everybody came out of there buzzing. Knowing guys on that staff that I talked to this weekend after the spring game, I think they were very encouraged. They think they have a chance to be pretty good. So the question is, pretty good, out here in a very watered down Pac-12. Pretty good could be 10-2, 9-3. That's certainly a strong year considering you were god awful and nowhere near a bowl team last year. But it's also, you got to pump the brakes a little bit, out here, because there are definitely some people who are going, yeah, they could make a run at the playoff because Caleb's that good. Well, the defense is not good. The offensive line is average, maybe a little above average, but it's not like they don't have Drake London coming back. I don't think there's a number one receiver. So they're a work in progress, but people are definitely buying in on the West Coast. And I think the recruiting is going to be interesting to see because there is a lot of genuine enthusiasm for USC right now.
Bruce, did you ever go to one of those carnivals where you play the games and like the guy would say, okay, for $1 you can win a prize in this area. For $5 you can win a prize in this area. In college football right now, it's like if you're at a level, say Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, you can complain about NIL in this area. But if you're Jimbo Fisher in Texas A&M, you can complain about portal tampering up in this area. I mean, Jimbo Fisher was questioning whether or not there's tampering going on because people hit the portal and announce their destination almost at the same exact time. Do you think there's tampering? Is it a problem? Is it anything you can do about the way the portal is working right now?
Oh, yeah, there's definite – tampering's been going on for a long time. It's more widespread now. I mean, I've talked to numerous coaches who said – and they will identify a specific program and say, this coach has talked to our offensive line – we have 2 offensive linemen who are pretty good, and they're talking to their high school coaches, hey, would he want to come here? Like, that is definitely going on. And I don't know what you can do to stop it. In the case of Jimbo Fisher, like – if you come out and say it, does that guilt anybody into doing anything? Are you going to be able to get text messages from an actual call? Like, it's usually done on a third, or I don't know if it's even if we would call it a fourth party if it's like 2 removed, but that's usually how it happens. I don't think you're going to stop it, but I remember having a lunch with a coach who was off for a week and was out in California. We were talking about one particular recruit, and they felt like they had a connection to this kid as soon as he went in the portal, but he was already off the market. And I think that between the NIL pay, there was another very coveted receiver recently who was like basically his phone was kind of disconnected. I'm kind of done. The bidding is set at this price, and coaches knew it, and I think that is. It's just taken a leap times 4 because of the NIL component that has gone with the portal. It's an interesting kind of combination as it's worked out. And I get where Jimbo Fisher is frustrated. You don't think that's going to happen? Like, Jimbo Fisher signed this amazing class with a incredibly deep defensive line haul. They're not all going to be able to play right away. Don't think that the recruiting has stopped just because signing day passed. I think all coaches are savvy enough to know, they're going to be recruited even when they're in uniform.
Yeah, I mean, some people thought that he was pointing at Texas Tech when Baylor Cupp just got in and went straight to Texas Tech. But I'm like you. I think it's more to players who haven't left yet, who could be coming down the road. Louisville fans were doing it. Were saying that when Tyler Harrell committed to Alabama at the end of last week. Do you think this is a problem for programs like the Louisville, Missouri level, or do you think we've got tampering that goes on, or at least interest? I mean, I would understand, okay, if my son was a receiver at Louisville and wanted to catch balls from C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, right? That's going to help my stock. But moving from elite program to elite program, I don't know if that's going to happen as much. You think Jimbo was talking about other elite coaches maybe?
I think he might be, because there's definitely examples I've heard of where guys have jumped in the portal and actually haven't been in there very long and they've already made a decision. that there was something. Now, I don't know that they're recruiting necessarily off his roster. He felt like he didn't have a fair chance to make a pitch at somebody. I honestly don't know, which specific example has probably drawn it the most out of him. But he's definitely not alone. And, I've heard of plenty of examples that what goes on is the group of five situation. You have some good players who started for a couple of years in your program. Maybe they were all elite. And then their high school coaches are getting calls from Power 5 coaches to say, hey, would you want to come here? And I think that's hard for a lot of recruits who maybe they weren't on a big stage to say no to, So I think that is a definite reality that is going on. And I just don't think it's going to slow down. I think it's going to only speed up.
All right, do all of these things. Go subscribe to The Athletic and read Bruce's writings about the NFL draft. Follow him on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. Go buy his books. He's a New York Times bestseller. He mentioned the QB book. He's got many, many more that you can get right there at your favorite place to buy books, bookstore, online, wherever. Bruce, we always appreciate the time. It is great talking with you.
Me too, guys. Have a great week.
How about you too? Bruce Feldman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
We've been keeping an eye on some injuries coming back in the NBA playoffs. Luka is back. That's been a big storyline. Get back in the game with your injury with our friends at Precision Sports and Medicine right now.
Yes, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine. They've been with us since day one here. On the next round, is your shoulder hurt maybe after exercising? You feeling that sharp pain in the shoulder after doing a little spring cleaning? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics here to help you. 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, if you're looking for a little SEC softball tonight, Missouri and number 12, Kentucky. Montana Fouts usually with us on Monday. Tomorrow, right, Brown? Traveling back. She's with us tomorrow?
Yeah, she's supposed to be with us tomorrow. Don't know the time yet, but I would assume somewhere 11 or 12 o'clock.
Some good baseball today. I think the Mets and Giants playing a little baseball. You got Red Sox and Blue Jays starting a series tonight, 7 o'clock on Major League Baseball Network. And then 3 of the NBA games tonight. The Celtics trying to finish off the sweep, starting a doubleheader on TNT. Better game late. Luka, who we just talked about. Jazz and Mavericks, 8:30 on TNT. When we come back, Brown will give us his best and worst of the weekend, and LT has our 4 downs. It's next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs, and you can call them up 205-579-4900 or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers, they've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Look, another sponsor on Rockstar's Baby. Cowan Equipment now sponsoring Rockstar's baby cap there. Fantastic. Keep those rolling in. Everyone keeps saying we need to throw Mestre up there because that's Rockstar's guy.
He's already got a deeper wardrobe than Rockstar.
Part of our show being brought to you, including the birth of Rockstar's Baby, being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV. When it's time to take that little baby on a tour of America, you'll do it in a Johnston RV.
They are home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand. Exclusive lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Financing available. They are Johnston RV Center. 2 great locations. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. I-65 exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Jeff B says, I think Court should have the nickname Ad Man.
The old Ad Man.
The Ad Man. All right, Brownie, give us your best and worst before we sit back and enjoy 4 downs with LT.
My worst, I'm going to start with my worst. Last night, I got home from doing the zone on 3340. Flipping around, I was looking for a USFL game. I guess there wasn't a late one last night.
No, just 2
okay.
o'clock yesterday.
So I couldn't find one of those, so I ended up on the Sunday night baseball game just in time to see Kyle Schwarber lose his mind over a called third strike. And it is just so funny. Like, I don't even know who the umpire is until he whips off that mask to toss Kyle Schwarber, and it's
Angel Hernandez.
The worst in baseball. It really is crazy that guy keeps a job.
It was a bit outside.
Yeah, and apparently he had been awful the whole game, according to the announcers and everybody watching the game.
Well, it's that one wasn't as far outside as the fact that
was cumulative. Is what that was.
He was missing them inside. He was missing them high, missing them low. There was no, like, some people have the same size strike zone, but it'll start inside corner to a little off the plate. His was, I mean, you were throwing it everywhere. On my hands, yes. He was calling it a strike. A mile outside a strike, like, over my head a strike. He was ready to get. He had dinner plans.
All right, when I am at best a fringe baseball fan, I am far from a diehard baseball fan. When I know an umpire's name, it's a bad thing, right? Like, I don't know that I could give you another name of an umpire outside of Angel Hernandez.
I used to know them all as a kid.
Yeah.
Right now that Joe West has retired, I don't think I could name another one.
Joe West was the one, and he just retired last year, right?
That is correct. I think last year was his final year.
And I think he set a record for most games.
I think that's right. Yep.
Angel Hernandez, I think, is proof why the union is too strong. I don't think he meets any quality control standards that you have to be good at your job.
Well, yeah.
Like if he was
the NFL, those guys miss time.
Yeah.
You just don't get reassigned.
You lose your gig if you're not very good at it. That's not the case with baseball umpires. I think their union is so strong that it's almost like the Supreme Court for those guys, that you have to decide you're leaving. They
once
can't
you're in, you're in.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It is very much like the Supreme Court.
He is the kind of guy that if he was a traffic light, it would always be red both ways or green both ways. It'd be accidents all the time at his intersection.
It's just amazing as poorly as he is thought of across baseball that he's still calling games. My best of the weekend. Rarely, and this is technically not a weekend because it goes back to Thursday night, but I was off Friday. Rarely at our age can you say, hey, I ate something I've never eaten. Because I've eaten a lot of things. I'll try almost anything. Saturday, my daughter, my oldest, is about to be a senior in high school, so we're touring some college campuses that she is interested in attending. So I was off Friday so that we could go to Oxford, Mississippi to tour Ole Miss. And when in Oxford, I think you ate there before a Bama-Ole Miss game. City Grocery is one of their top restaurants. I ate City Grocery and St. Leo, two of their best restaurants.
Same chef, same owner?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's in the same family. I think St. Leo has a different owner. But City Grocery had a smoked Angus belly. Now, I've had a lot of pork belly, but a smoked Angus belly I'd never had.
Wow.
Boys, that's one of the best meals I've had.
Now, does it just come on like by itself, or does it come on?
So it was served on what they called Sea Island red peas and a barbecue sauce and then some grilled cabbage.
Give me the texture of a belly.
It is very much like a pot roast. Do you like a pot roast? Do you know how when you get a really good pot roast, you can just take a fork and it falls off? That's what that was. It's like a really, really, really tender, like a pot roast meets a filet mignon almost.
Yeah.
And it's smoked for, they told me they season it or marinate it in like coffee grounds and some salt and pepper and some things like that. And then it's smoked for an extended period of time. Boys, it was fantastic. That's one of the best meals I've had in a long time. And those Red Island peas were...
that sounds good.
Yeah. I'll need to see the Angus belly.
Okay, I've got a photo. What if I'll send it to Scott. Maybe we can get it, or send it to Lunsford one. And
does it look like that?
A little bit. Let me...
let's see that one, because that looks very dry there.
Yeah, no, that is dry. That looks like more like a pot roast. Lunsford, if I go your normal Next Round Live email, is that what you're logged in there? I'll send it to you, and he can put it up. I've got a picture of the dish.
Okay, let's do our 4 downs while they get that picture for us in the next segment. 4 downs every day brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Remember, take the car in for a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More wins in 2022, Caleb Williams or Dylan Gabriel?
I'm going to take Dylan Gabriel at Oklahoma. I don't think... long-term, Lincoln Riley will be more successful than Brent Venables' first year. Lincoln Riley is inheriting a USC program that needs a slight rebuild. Caleb Williams looked good. Dylan Gabriel with Jeff Lebby leaving behind what Lincoln Riley has already built. I'll take Oklahoma.
I think I'll go Oklahoma as well right now. I think Dylan Gabriel, if they're worse than 10-2, you'll be surprised, won't you?
Oklahoma worse than 10-2?
Oklahoma worse.
I
than
could
10-2.
see 9-3. 9-3 is kind of the floor.
I'd have to dig in to find the 3 losses there.
Yeah.
But if on the other hand, if Lincoln Riley is 9-3, you said that guy, he's done a pretty good job at 9-3.
But you heard Bruce Feldman say, look, they could be above average and still win 9 or 10 games in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
I'll still take what I believe is the floor at 9-3, and I will take Dylan Gabriel. And I think Gabriel took a step back last year, got injured. He'll revert back to 2020.
And I was joking about Herbstreit earlier, but I do believe Jeff Lebby's a great play caller.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that'll work out well.
I think the only thing about him is you wonder how much of it was Lane Kiffin and how much of it was him. He's always going to fight that until he goes off on his own and does it, and here's his chance to do that.
My concern about Oklahoma and Brent Venables is 3 years from now, 4 years from now, what he does recruiting, how he builds a program. Can he still bring in the elite wide receivers and quarterbacks that Lincoln Riley and Bob Stoops brought in?
Second down.
Okay, more wins in 2022. Bo Nix or the collective group of quarterbacks at Auburn?
Bo Nix at Oregon for me. I still believe Oregon will win the Pac-12 over USC, over Utah. They may not. I don't know if they play in the regular season. Utah may have a better regular season record, but when North plays South, I think Oregon will win that game.
So you think Bo Nix is going to win a Pac-12 championship first year?
Couldn't win an SEC at Auburn, but it won a Pac-12 at Oregon. That's going to be crazy.
I think they'll be the best team when it's all said and done. They'll win the Pac-12 championship game. Maybe the second best record in the Pac-12.
If he does that, do I have to go back and say Gus was right when he said he'll win a championship?
Yeah, you have to, because he did win a championship before he graduated.
I do think Gus said at Auburn, but
I think he meant at Auburn.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I will still go Bo Nix. I don't think he's going to win the Pac-12.
Auburn's going to struggle to win 7.
I'll go Bo. Now the kicker here is if Bo, for whatever reason, doesn't win the job.
Well, let me do the same thing I just did. If I told you Oregon is 9-3, you're not stunned at that.
Nope.
If I told you Auburn's 9-3, you're
Stunned.
like Brian Harson's done a phenomenal job. Yeah.
Third down.
Okay, what was the bigger surprise this past weekend? Byron Pringle, the wide receiver for the Chicago Bears, getting arrested doing donuts in his Dodge Charger in a neighborhood.
With his kid in the car, by the way.
Yeah, with kid in the car, or Ross Chastain actually went in Talladega.
Well, Talladega's kind of a wild card, right? That way.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say donuts with kid in car, because you just got to be right place, right. I mean, I make it sound easy. I couldn't do it, but if you're still in one piece on the lead lap at the end, like it happened with Ross Chastain, other things can happen around you, and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, did I just cross the finish line first? Oh, heck. Because that's what happened. And there was no way, the way that Dale Jr., and by the way, hats off to NBC and Fox for loaning Dale Jr., NBC, to Fox for that one broadcast. It made it a lot more interesting having Dale Jr. with his knowledge and excitement being up there with Clint Boyer, so that was a great broadcast. But like he was saying, in his position, if he goes out at second and nobody goes with him, he's lost his chance to win. So he's staying around there running second place behind the draft. And then who is in the lead? 43. When 43 went up to block, to protect and try to win, chaos up top. He gets loose, chaos up top, and that lets Chastain win. Right place, right time. The other guy is more surprising. Why? First of all, donuts in a Dodge Ram.
Dodge Charger.
Dodge Charger. A little
Charger.
Yeah.
Okay. First, I was just to say a Dodge Ram. I mean, you're having a pretty tight radius there to get a donut out of that.
Fourth down.
By the way, no, you're good with fourth down. Ross Chastain was in a beamoose.org car.
Yeah, I Googled that, and it shut down the website, Moose Fraternity. I don't know what that is, the Moose Fraternity.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to know some stories on that, but I thought that was an interesting NASCAR sponsor. Yeah. Beamoose.org. Anyone that ain't race.
Yeah, it's Moose Fraternity, and it's community service.
Oh, is it? Okay, good.
Around the country.
Good for them.
Two big birthdays today. Al Pacino is 82 years old.
I saw that. Oof.
Tim Duncan, 46. Better career.
Duncan won 5 championships?
Sounds
Spread
right.
out, but yes.
But 5 still.
5 in 10 years, maybe?
Pacino, I think, won multiple Academy Awards, Golden Globes, was in a few different Best Pictures.
I'm going to say Pacino.
What would you say was his best role?
Al Pacino's?
Yeah.
Godfather 2.
So, as far as like the entirety of the movie, either Godfather or Godfather 2, but Son of a Woman is probably known as his best performance.
That's the one he's won for. He's been nominated 9 times. He won once for Son of a Woman.
Best actor?
Yeah. It's really a good film. Have you seen it?
I have not seen Son of a Woman.
Oh, you'd like it.
So, you wouldn't say Devil's Advocate?
I would not say the Devil's
It's a little bit of a
Advocate. Dog
cheesy
Day
movie.
Afternoon, he was really good in that.
I mean, but
he's cashed some checks late.
Serpico.
Yeah. I mean, Devil's Advocate, it was, it's a cheesy movie, but he's basically playing Satan's representative on Earth, essentially.
Yeah,
As an
John
attorney.
Milton,
Yeah,
by the way, is his name.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought he was pretty good in that role.
Yeah.
It's a cheesy movie.
Serpico's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was Pacino as well.
Heat's a really good movie.
I think I would go
with
Tim
Pacino.
Duncan, though.
No.
Boy, it's close.
Yeah.
Really
go Tim
If
Duncan.
I say greatest male actor of all time, some people say Al Pacino.
I don't know anybody that says Al Pacino.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, nobody says that.
No, I
Damn
don't
it, I'll
think
say
many
it.
people say that.
Al Pacino, best male actor of all time.
Okay. Right there with Stevie Wonder.
Does
best
everybody
entertainer
ever
of all
call
time.
Tim Duncan the best basketball
Well,
player of all
no,
time?
but
Okay.
I think a lot of people consider him the best power forward of all time.
I mean, I think if you're
Was
building,
he really a power
Or
forward?
center.
Yeah. He's
No,
not the best
he
center of
wasn't a
all time.
center.
It's
He was
Kareem
not.
Abdul.
He was a power forward.
I mean, he played alongside David Robinson, who was true 5.
I think if you build an all-time NBA team and you got to have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5, Tim Duncan is definitely at the top of that discussion for the 4.
Yeah, I mean, other guys there would be Kevin Garnett and Karl Malone and Charles Barkley.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to build that team without
But, I mean,
including
if
Tim
we
Duncan.
started going 5, 10, 15 deep on actors.
James Worthy was Worthy the 4 on
Yeah,
the
he
Showtime Lakers.
I get on these
Kevin
other
McHale.
Kevin
other
McHale.
birthdays, 2 others not surprised me. One surprised me, and one I had a question about. The surprise me was Antonio Cromartie, only 38. Is that right?
Look, he got his work done early.
He did.
And often.
Because
We know some work he didn't have done.
Because at age at least 18, if I win that stake bet, the daughter going to Utah State to play volleyball. And then Jason Lee, 52. He's been in some good things, but
Yeah.
it's been a long, long time now, hasn't it?
Jason Lee, which, I mean, what was the Earl show?
My Name is Earl. I thought that was a very creative, funny show.
Yeah, I saw it a couple times.
Burns quick, though.
Yeah,
Burns
Ethan
quick.
Sipley.
Yeah.
And
Which, if you saw his transformation, he's in the movie Dog.
Oh, I need to go see that.
If you saw him from American History X to Dog, it's not even the same person.
Jamie, who's the actress?
Presley.
Jamie Presley. Thank you, Lunsford. Yeah.
She aged quick during that
She did,
show.
but she was funny on that. She played a funny role on that show.
Well, Jason Lee was great and Almost Famous.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Really good.
Exactly. So he's had some really, really interesting and good roles. Only 52. What's his name? I mean, if Pacino is still turning out hits into his 70s,
oh yeah,
what's
I mean,
left for this guy?
The thing about being an actor, not so much for an actress because they have more of a shelf life. That's just a Hollywood thing. But these guys can act forever.
For instance, Renee Zellweger, 53, today's birthday. If you had future Renee's or Jason Lee, you would take Jason Lee.
I might take Renee just because it's a bigger name.
That is
Renee.
not Ethan Suplee. That is not
Oh,
him.
it is.
Nope, it is not
I
him.
promise it
You're
is.
not going to convince me. You can say it all you
Hey,
want.
can you do a side-by-side of that?
Yeah,
do you know who
there
Ethan
is
Suplee is?
The big guy that
Okay,
played
so
in,
he was the big guy in
My Name-
American History
yeah.
X.
No, it's
and
impossible.
now he is Channing Tatum's
Nope.
buddy in Dog.
That is not Ethan Suplee.
And it's one of the craziest transformations I've ever seen. It really is.
like he was the big
He's in,
guy.
Remember the Titans too.
And Remember
Yep.
the Titans,
Yeah.
right?
But you get even a bigger Ethan Suplee in Blow and in American History
I'm not
X.
going to believe that is him.
Like they couldn't even use the same uniform they were using for everyone else. And Remember the Titans.
Yeah. He was a big boy. Yeah. That's incredible. That is an incredible.
Probably not, but I think his biggest was either Blow or American History X.
Okay, that is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations for you, locally owned and operated. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Make sure you stop in and see them today. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Yeah, good for him.
I mean, that is not him.
Yeah, it is.
It's impossible that is him.
Yeah, he's put in some work.
I like that T-shirt. Die first, then quit. Let's come up with some one of those for the next round.
He's got a knife in the skull.
Die first, then quit.
Yeah. We can come up with a weird saying like that, right?
No, but he looks like a
That is one of the
dude
most
that can handle himself right there.
One of the most amazing transformations I've ever seen.
Yep.
No joke.
Wait, does it say how many pounds?
It's got to be 150.
But he's still got good weight on him. He's still got to be, 220.
No, he's probably still 220.
No,
I bet.
how much did he lose?
He was over
lose
400 pounds.
No.
Look at that.
It had to be 400.
I've lost and
500
gained.
pounds.
Oh, he didn't lose 500 pounds. Jim, you think he weighs 700 pounds?
No, I think he weighed over 500.
It says by age 10 he was more than 200.
Yeah. No, he's a big dude.
At his
There's no
biggest
doubt.
weight, what was it?
On that photo that Lunsford had pulled up, he's probably, oh my God.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
that was not the photo.
He's
though.
400.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. From
Yeah,
400,
530 to 220.
530 to
Holy
220.
hell.
310 pounds.
He's probably more than that now with all that muscle, but that was his lowest.
530.
It's a big old boy.
Yep.
All right. Did you say Vulcan Tire
I
again?
did. I
okay.
did.
And when we come back as well, we'll continue our conversation with LT's Lock today. And LT, right now, what's your ride? What are you riding around?
I am in a 2016 Porsche Panamera. It's really cool. It's
It's kind of a darker gray, and it's got the white interior.
Ooh.
It's really neat. 2016, it's got right at 40,000 miles. This is what Drew Shields and his team put me in. I'm telling you, if you're looking, everybody's got inventory problems. They do not at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Just stop and see the incredible showroom today. His great team there. You're going to be blown away. They make every client feel like a lifelong friend. The experience, second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team knows that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.net. Again, you can also stop by, see them, tell them the Next Round sent you. They're located 2630 Pelham Parkway.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The biggest lawn party returns to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11th through 15th. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole, featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charity. Purchase your tickets today at regionstradition.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You see Rockstar's new baby delivered at 10:21 this morning. Cord with now MD Realty sponsored on his new cap there.
See if we can get them all.
That's Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Do you think, much like the Griffeys, they dreamed of Junior playing a major league game with Ken? Will little Cord ever play a chord with his dad?
That's an interesting,
like a show, a concert in town.
I would say probably, yeah.
You know, I need to ask Rockstar about this, but Jennifer, we were talking about this when we were on the road the other day, and she said the name chord and then associate it with chord like musical chord. I never put two and two together on that. I assume that's maybe some of the thought behind the name.
I didn't even think about that until you just said it.
Yeah. It's not spelled the same way, as Jennifer pointed out, but she just wondered if there was some sort of connection there. I guess I need to ask Rockstar that.
It's not umbilical cord.
You know, I don't think it is, Jim.
Yeah.
No.
I think it's after the great Auburn quarterback, Cord Sandberg.
Cord Sandberg, yes, the oldest quarterback in college history.
Rockstar's a big Cord fan, yes.
Rockstar does love picking those random players from a team. That would be just like Rockstar.
Would have named him Sal. Sal Cannella is in the USFL. He's tight end for somebody.
What about Cleo Lemon, old Dolphin, right?
Oh, yeah, Cleo Lemon.
Hey, lock of the day. I don't know if LT's going baseball today or basketball, but it's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Do the right thing and call our friends at Hemphill if you have a plumbing problem, a cooling problem, or a heating problem in your home. It's the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam, Chad, and his team, they do it right. They fix it right, do it right, and they do it at a fair price. I said that all out of order. We trust them to fix it right, fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. That's our friends at Hemphill Services for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call them up. Here's the number, 229-2090, 205 area code 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Game 5, Western Conference playoffs. Mavericks had a 2-1 lead. Luka had missed the first 3 games. He comes back, scores 30. They blow a 4-point lead in the final minute of the game. Now they host the Jazz. Mavericks -3. I think Donovan Mitchell, big game for the Jazz tonight. I think Luka probably he'll have another 25 to 30. But I like the Jazz on the road in this. I think they might steal one here.
Jazz on the road is the lock of the day, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. We've talked about a lot of things today, and one of those is about who is the best coach in college football right now. Matt Hayes makes a case for Kirby Smart. A lot of you guys, of course, sticking with Nick Saban and or Dabo Swinney. But here's a look into the future. Texas A&M, you think they got money? They just launched a $120 million centennial campaign to fund, quote, championship athletics. $120 more million they're raising from their donors. They're going to their biggest donors and asking them to come up with more money. You think Kyle Field has just been renovated? They're going to add 31 more suites to Kyle Field in the south end zone.
I mean, it's just like you said, it's just been they almost built a new stadium, really.
Yep. $25 million is going to go to 31 new suites in the south end zone. Another $55 million will go to an indoor track facility. They're building a new indoor football practice field. I bet the other one still has a sticker on it.
Probably. So still got that new car smell?
Yeah.
I mean, college football at certain programs is recession-proof. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
it really is, because I'm just thinking as you say this, Dunaway, if I'm one of their big old man boosters, I got plenty of money, and I guess I don't mind spending it. But part of me wants to say, okay, I just donated so we could sign the coach to the richest contract in college football. And then the minute there was a job opening that he could leverage against, we had to double down on that. You came to me for money there. Then we had to sign this recent signing class. You came to me for money there. Now you're coming back to me?
Yeah.
And what do I have to show for all this?
We're going to do recruiting every year, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, that $35 million ain't going anywhere.
All the money you hear people spending on recruiting right now, it's got to happen every year to keep those recruiting classes coming in.
Those guys got money parked in so many different places, and it's just making so much money. I don't think they care. But think about what is the average.
At some point, I want something to show for it.
National championships.
Well, that's what I want. Yeah.
But the size of our studio is about the size, I would say, of an average box. So imagine putting 31 of these in the end zone.
We did ours in 2 weeks.
31 new ones.
It'll take them no time.
But would you say this is about the average size?
Yeah, probably so.
You know, one thing they don't have a lot of anymore in
What?
College Station
Parking?
around open land.
Yes.
I mean, they really do outside of that campus. It's pasture land around it.
Yeah, but that is a beautiful complex they're going to build outside the end zone there.
Yeah, they're stacking it right on top of each other.
I didn't know until this weekend that they've already demolished some stands at Neyland Stadium.
Yeah,
It's getting a new facelift.
2 new ones coming up here recently, and one will be open for this season. Quick break here. Final thought coming up. We'll go back to the way we started the show about what Jimbo's been complaining about and a lot more that happened this weekend on the field in spring football. Show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the next round.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today, available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place Pink Package, also your ABC stores. It is vodka perfection. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
Final thought always brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. You can get refinance right now. Maybe that's the best plan for you, or just a new mortgage if you're out looking for a new house.
Our friends at Mortgage Right, when it comes to the home equity, bigger always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and they don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. For more information, visit mortgageright.com.
Everybody's got a collective now, so everybody is spending money for players, guaranteeing money for every football player, like at Oklahoma or even in Tuscaloosa, at Notre Dame, everywhere. How concerned are you about tampering with players who are entering the portal? Pulling players off a roster. Are you concerned about that at all? Jimbo brought up?
I'm not concerned. It's legit. I mean, everybody's tampering.
Yeah, I think it's current players. I think it's high school coaches. You just go to the high school coach. I mean, look, if you finish second on a kid, you feel like you're in a pretty good spot. Were you the one that said that first is now the most important place to finish second?
I read it somewhere, but yes, 2 is the new one.
2 is the new one. Because if I finish second, there's a chance he's going to go and not work out. Well, I was the second choice. So as soon as I see him not getting playing time or get wind that he's unhappy, what do? I call up his high school coach. Hey, Coach so-and-so, I was checking in on you, see what kind of players you got coming up. Hey, do you ever talk to Lance anymore? Yeah, I talk to Lance all the time. I'll let him know we still love him. I mean,
that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Or all these guys have agents now, by the way.
We talked about, with a potential cap, and you guys said it would never work because how's the NCAA going to monitor that? How do you monitor tampering?
You don't.
You don't, and that's why this week, as Brandon Marcella projected last Friday, should be a crazy couple of days. By the time we're even back tomorrow at 9 a.m., more people into the portal and more people leaving schools. We've had just while we've been on the air, another receiver leave Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, again, these guys have agents now too, Jim. So what stops somebody from reaching, even if it's a booster, reaching out to an agent saying, hey, if Dunaway's not happy at Oklahoma, we've got a collective here, $2 million.
We just went and tweeted out from the USFL. They're voting on the Offensive Player of the Week. Jamar Smith is your quarterback for the Stallions. Go vote Jamar Smith, and make him the Offensive Player of the Week. Michael wanted us to give him a shout-out. There you go, Michael. Thanks for being part of the TNR family. Thanks for being with us today. We are back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Rockstar back later this week with less sleep, baggy eyes, much like every new parent. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.